Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
King Chuck ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated and united public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Sí se puede. So, Good Kid, Bad City. That's the name of the show today. And I think it's relevant, very relevant. It's the name of a Kendrick Lamar album, if you didn't know. Classic album. Nobody can argue with. Anyway, it's a masterpiece. Very well put together. But just the title alone is freaking profound. Good Kid, Bad City. It's like, how much does nurture have to do with how you turn out versus environment? You know, it's like that movie Trading Places where the guys, they bet $1 and they say, you know, it's the environment that determines how these people turn out. And he said, I can prove it. You know, just switch these two guys and we'll see how that one guy's life go to shit and the other guy's life improves. And that's pretty much what happened in the movie. Because it's really true. So Good Kid, Bad City, it's like the child, you know, we think about the children being the future. We think about how our cities are made, you know, how the environment of a city or a rural area, just the human kind of condition, the human environment. And we think about how, you know, they want to look at a certain group and say that they're just inherently bad or whatever, or another group and say that they're just inherently good, you know. So the idea of Good Kid, Bad City is like the environment was bad. The kid was good, but the environment that he lived in was bad. So ultimately, he is corrupted by his environment. Okay. So a lot of the stuff that's in the news, a lot of stuff related to, you know, that's in the politics, the things that we argue about and so forth and so on. A lot of it, I would say, is related to environment, you know, and we really need to keep this in mind because we could be inadvertently creating bad kids, if you will, because of the environment, because of the examples that we set, because of the things that we say and the things that we do and the systems that we have that we live by, you know. The status quo or the powers that be, you know, they want things to stay the same. They're happy with the situation where just a few gets to, have everything and everybody else just kind of suffers, you know. And it's weird because the only way you can have a situation like that, this is a dystopia. So like when I be talking about stuff on the show and they be like, oh, you talking about a utopia. Well, we're living in a dystopia already. And those arguments that you make are to keep things the way that they are. Like me and Doc had a really interesting argument about healthcare on the last show. And, it's like things can't be any better, that's kind of the argument. Like, basically, this is the best it gets. Like, but everybody is suffering. And I'm like, things don't have to be this way, and we have to start taking steps in the direction of improving things for them to improve. As long as we keep on saying not now, or we have to wait, or whatever. What is the MLK quote? It says, justice deferred is justice denied. So things getting better deferred is things not getting better. It's as simple as that. Anyways, how y'all feeling? I ain't gonna lie, I was in a terrible mood today. I'm feeling better though. Happy to be here, be able to talk to you guys. What is going on? What is wrong with my screen? I want to do a little bit of scrolling. To get us started while I'm waiting for the guys to get in here. Check this one out. Am I sharing? And can y'all hear me? So now I'm always paranoid because the mic can go out at any time and I don't know when it's out because on my end, I can still hear myself. Anyways, this one, it says fascists are using trans people as a culture war wedge to divide the working class and prevent class consciousness from forming in America. Memorial Day is coming up. And, it's funny how the things that bring us together tend to, even when they were created to bring us together, they tend to be forgotten about. And the certain things that we celebrate don't really bring us together. And the things that do bring us together, we don't celebrate. And that shit is by design. And the stuff that we argue about, it says fascist, but we can leave that word off. And it says, we could just say people are using trans people as a culture war to divide the working class and prevent class consciousness from forming in America. So class consciousness means that you have you have groups that have similar, issues, and these people are Black, these people are white, these people are Hispanic, these people are straight, these people are gay. Some of these people are in different tax brackets, but they look at each other as different, as not a part of the same group. That's, the idea of the middle class, I think, is another one. It's a wedge because there's really only two classes, it's the working class and the ruling class. So if you have to go to a job, it doesn't matter how much you're making. If you have to go to a job to make your money, and if you couldn't take off work more than like a year or 2 years and still be okay, you're a part of the working class. It doesn't matter how much money you make. The middle class is an illusion because the owner class can take off of work indefinitely and still be straight. You're not a part of that same group. So, and that's the thing that people really don't understand. So, the class consciousness, if people found solidarity within their group and worked together to improve things, they would improve. The owner class, the ruler class, is the minority. Very few of them in perspective versus the rest of us. So them being able to run the show is kind of crazy that they could run the show, being that there's so few of them, you know. But then we call them the elites. So, and then we, you know, that's another thing. It's like they're so much better than everybody else, you know, they're so much smarter. So they deserve to rule, right? And that's how they feel. But then they imprint this on you also. So then that's the reason why the regular folks are the ones that uphold the system and keep it going the way that it is, because you believe this stuff. And it's absolutely not true. Not true. Let me read a comment. It says, like they have that much intelligence. They're not playing chess. They're just using the legislature to enact laws. They're winning because they're playing the game, while we're over here whining about what they're doing. Democrats refuse to enact laws that protect women and marginalized people when they have the power to do so, then run against Republicans after failing to take action. All this is this all a scheme? No. Republicans know how to flex, and they do. We need to start playing the game better. Playing the American game better. I really like this comment. I didn't read this earlier. Let me copy and paste this. Because good cop, bad cop. That's what it is. At the end of the day, we're getting played. Let me read this comment one more time. It says, like they have that much intelligence. They're not playing chess. They're just legislating. They're just using the legislator to enact laws. They're winning because they're playing the game, while we're over here whining about what they're doing. Democrats refuse to enact laws that protect women and marginalized people when they have the power to do so, then run against Republicans after failing to take action. Is this all a scheme? No. Republicans know how to flex, and they do. We need to start playing the American game better. So I like the best part of this is where he says they're winning because they're playing the game while we're over here whining about what they're doing. They're playing the game. They're playing the game to win. You know, it's like let's say you can't press pause on the game. Whether you have the controller in your hand or not, the game keeps going. So if you step away from the control, like let's say you're playing a fighting game or a versus shooting game, some kind of versus game. And if you don't pause the game and you step away from the controller, what do you think is going to happen? The other guy's just going to cream you, right? He's going to beat you up. He's going to shoot you down, you know? And that's what I think is happening. Like, that's a really good example. It's like a lot of us, the majority of society is walking away from the controller and the other guy is just bashing our guy. We can't win the game like that. For sure. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, always a distraction from the real BS going on in Washington. Another comment, it says, Republicans are just like pickpockets. They use distraction to confuse, rob, and cast doubt and blame elsewhere. One of the oldest tricks in the book. I don't like how they focus on Republicans or Democrats or whatever, because, you know, you got bad people on all sides. So once you start pointing fingers, then this is another way to divide people into groups, to divide them into Republicans and Democrats, because what I was talking about earlier with the class structure, you have people within the same class who are Republicans and Democrats. They're libertarians, you know, they're green, they're centrists, you know, all across the board. And they're really all in the same class, and they really have all of the same, you know, problems overall, the same issues, the same things that can improve to help these other people's lives will help them their lives too. But it's true about the distraction, confuse, rob, and cast down blame elsewhere. But everyone, both sides do that. Look, it says same story with the word woke. We was just having a bit of a conversation through the text group about woke, and what I said was most people can't even define it. They can't even define woke. That's why I don't use that term, because it can be so confusing, because depending on one person to the next, what they think of as woke is different. But it's crazy because woke should just mean awake, aware, and how can that be a bad thing? I don't see how you can make that a bad thing. Whatever. Crazy, crazy times. Crazy times. That's what I was going to name the show today. Crazy times that we live in. Really, really crazy. Insane, I tell you. This one, it says, if my kids got to do active shooter drills, then your kids can handle a t-shirt with a rainbow on it. Yeah, if my kids got to do active shooter drills, then your kids can handle a t-shirt with the rainbow on it. I'm going to cover this in a little while. I kind of want to wait for the guys, but the whole thing with the Target, Target is catching a lot of heat right now, kind of like Bud Light was and still is, for basically the same kind of thing. But what I want to focus on with that, regardless of how I feel about the topic, it's weird to me how people feel like they can tell other people what to do, like what other parents should do with their children, and what stuff they can go purchase. And then it's like they always make the excuse we're in a capitalist society, and they use that free market argument for a lot of things. But then when it comes to something that they don't agree with, then that no longer applies. The capitalism, the free market is out of the door now, because it's like, no, I don't think this should be available for anybody because it's offensive to me. And that part of it is just really so hypocritical, and it drives me crazy that people can't see what I'm saying when I say this, because I can agree with you. I can agree with you that I don't, think that, children should be indoctrinated or whatever, I don't agree with that stuff. I don't agree with the a lot of the stuff related to children and trans, making a child a transgender. I don't think any child is a trans. I just don't think so. I mean, in the purest definition, it doesn't make sense. But there goes the confusion. But regardless of how I feel about that, I don't feel that people should be dictating what other people do, and like, you're so upset about what someone else is doing. You're saying they are indoctrinating the children. They're not doing that to your children. So why do you care? How does it affect you personally? And a lot of the people, they always come to the personal point of view on everything. It's like, oh, like when we was talking about abortion, people was like, well, I'm not a woman. It doesn't affect me, so I don't even care or whatever, So then why, in situations like this, why do you care so much? Why do you care so much that Target has these particular things on sale in their store? It's all mad you're all mad at it. You want to trash the store. You want to blow up the store. Now you're boycotting the store. You don't want to buy anything out of the store because of the stuff that they have in there for sale. If you don't want that stuff, then don't buy it. Why are you so mad about it? That doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. Help me understand why you're so angry about some products being on sale. So what if Target only sold those items online? Would that still bother you as much? Is it because it's in the store and you walk by it and you see it? Anyways, I'm going to come back to that. This one, it says, tired of hearing how forgiving student loans isn't fair to people who pay theirs off. It's not fair to millennials and Generation Z to have inherited a housing market we can't afford to buy in, obscene inflation born from corporate greed, and global climate change, yet here we are. Who the fuck do these people think they're talking to? It's not fair we live in a world where billionaires not only exist but are barely taxed, that corporations can buy up housing, and Americans are surrounded by the miracle of modern medicine that can bankrupt us. Fair, fuck off. Yeah. So this kind of goes into what I was saying too, related to the Target thing. It's like people are so angry about and it got kicked back out. The student loan thing got kicked back out. I think they said it was unconstitutional or something like that. So all of that stuff that Biden supposedly tried to do is getting pushed back. It's not going to happen. But again, like the Target thing, why do you care so much? I didn't get my student loans forgiven, so I don't want anybody else to get theirs forgiven. How does it affect you? You're gonna be like, you're gonna say taxes. So, but you're gonna pay the same amount of taxes regardless. Like, this isn't going to impact the amount that you pay personally in taxes. You're gonna pay those taxes regardless, the same amount. Okay, talking about increase in taxes, whatever. You're gonna pay the same amount. It doesn't really affect you. You just want to control others. You want to have power over what happens in other people's lives. You feel like, oh, it's not fair to me that I didn't get to get my student. I paid for college. I paid for my college. So why should these other people get to go to college and not have to pay? That's not fair to me. You've got your deal. You're good. If you pay for college, that probably means that your parents was actually paid for it. It probably means that you were pretty damn set up in life. You probably then graduated and used your degree to move on in your life. These other people didn't come from the same kind of situation that you came from. They don't have the same opportunities that you do. So is that what you're really upset about? You don't want other people to have opportunities that you have? Trust me, that struggle that person has is still, they're never going to be on your level. They're never going to be able to compete with you because they've been set behind from birth and you've been set up since birth. So, tired of hearing how forgiving student loans isn't fair to people who pay theirs off. Well, it's a lot of stuff in the world that's not fair. Why are you so concerned about what that other person gets? You good. Why do you care? Let me read this comment. It says, I'll need an explanation as to why people who are knowingly and voluntarily took out student loans should not be made to pay them back. You got the loan application. You filled out the paperwork. You signed a guarantee of repayment. You mailed the application. You got approved. You got the check. You cashed the check. You spent the money. You had the college experience. You graduated. You got the diploma. You will have it for life. This is surely a you problem, not a we problem. The 2/3 of Americans that don't have degrees shouldn't pay for privilege of 1/3 that do. No. You're not paying for it, buddy. Like I said earlier, your taxes are going to be the same. Whether these people get their freaking loans repaid or not, your taxes that you pay won't be affected. It won't affect you at all. It won't affect your life at all. So why do you care? Let me read another one. It says, Deuteronomy 15:1-11. At the end of every 7 years, you shall grant a release of debts. And this is the form of release. Every creditor who has lent anything to his neighbor shall release it. He shall not require it of his neighbor or his brother, because it's called the Lord's release. Of a foreigner, you may require it, but you shall give up your claim to what is owed by your brother, except when they may be no poor among you. For the Lord will greatly bless you in the land which the Lord your God is giving you to possess as an inheritance. Only if you carefully obey the voice of the Lord your God to observe with care all these commandments which I command you today. For the Lord your God will bless you just as he promised you. You shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow. You shall reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over you. If there is among you a poor man of your brethren within any of the gates in your land, which the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart, nor should your hand from your poor brother, but you shall open your hand wide to him and willingly lend him sufficient for his need, whatever his needs. Beware lest there be a wicked thought in your heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and your eye be evil against your poor brother, and you give him nothing, and he cry out to the Lord against you, and it becomes sin among you. You shall surely give to him, and your heart should not be grieved when you give to him, because for the thing the Lord your God will bless you in all your works and in all to which you put your hand. For the poor will never cease from the land. Therefore I command you, saying, you shall open your hand wide to your brother, to your poor and your needy in your land. It's funny too, because a lot of these people are religious, the same ones that aren't trying to give, aren't trying to share, don't want these people to have, that wants to see them suffer. It's because it makes them feel better about their life, and that's what everybody really cares about. They just want to feel like, they're doing better than somebody else. That's their freedom, right? That's what makes them happy. It's all about stunting. It's such a low vibrational thing to want to see other people suffer, to get in the way of other people's progress. Why are you using so much of your energy for this? If you focused on yourself and improving your life, then that should be your focus, right? Everyone should do that, right? All the time that you spend worrying about what somebody else is doing is taken away from time that you could be spending on yourself. But see, the thing is, a lot of people feel like they're already good. They feel like they're right. They feel like they're perfect. They feel like they can improve. They feel like they're where the best that they could be. So, but see, these people are miserable really inside, because whenever you think like that, you're miserable, because you can always improve. You can always get better. Things can always be improved. Even if your life is perfect, from your perspective or whatever, then you can improve other people's lives. And within you improving other people's lives, that improves your life. That makes you better. That makes you grow, So, but these people, they feel like I'm right all the time. I'm better than the others, So these people are always worried about what other people are doing. It's like, it's a jealousy, it's an envy, it's a really evil spirit, I think, that comes over people who like to trip up others around them, and then success makes them unhappy. When they see other people succeed, it makes them sad, and they want to trip them up, even their close people, like their loved ones, relatives, friends. They don't want to see them succeed, so they behind their back trip them up and try to distract them and try to make them fall, so then they can say that they're right. It's like, why even try? That's a lot of people's attitude. They're like, why even try? There's nothing you can do about it. There's no way to improve this stuff. It is what it is. It's always been like this forever. So when someone else says, no, that's not true, that may be true for you, but that's not true for me. So then that other person goes and tries to make things improve. And then that person with that attitude trips them up. And then when they trip them, and then that person falls, and then that person is like, see, I told you, you can improve. You can move further. Wait a minute. You was the one who tripped me up. I probably would have been good if it wasn't for you tripping me. That shit makes me angry. That shit makes me want to chop people in half with a sword. Let me read this one. It says, one-time forgiveness is a crumby solution, though. My vote is immediately delete all interest on student loans, including retroactively for any outstanding loans. With this change, hundreds of thousands of loans would automatically disappear, and the ones that remain would have their balance monthly payments greatly reduced. Then make community colleges free and public higher education much cheaper, or free for people who have associate's degree and institute 0 to 1% interest borrowing from private universities. With this proposal, we would be sure not to run back into the same situation where people are begging for one-time loan forgiveness. I don't like that last part, but everything else this person said is pretty, not everything, but I agree with most of that. So like, not that long ago, it was much cheaper to go to school, or even free. In a lot of countries around the world, it's free to go to school. Like, and they don't even care if you're from that country. You can just go over there to that country and go to school. It's free, no charge, because they see the benefits of having an educated public. When you invest in the people, it makes everything better for everyone. You got more inventors, you have more creators, you have more innovation, you have more entrepreneurs, you have more producers in a society versus consumers, But over here in the States, it seems like they want everybody to just be consumers. It's really crazy. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with giving people an opportunity, So, and then they're talking about student loan forgiveness. So it's like, why does it cost so much for them to go to school? That's a good question right there. If it didn't cost so much and anybody could just go and their merit is what keeps them going in the school, and allows them to continue to learn more stuff, then would you have a problem with it then? A lot of our parents and grandparents, they went to school for much cheaper or for free, So, but you're acting like these people are lazy. They took out a loan. That's the only way they will be able to go to school. Your grandpa went to school and didn't have to pay nothing. I was talking to this dude at work one day, and he's not even that much older than me. And he said that he could work a summer job and pay for his college tuition with that summer job. Now, let me ask you, anybody out there listening, what summer job could you work today that will pay for your college tuition for a semester? I don't know what job that would be. Like, most of us would have to work a year to make enough money to pay for an average college tuition. Working a couple of months in the summer, enough to be able to pay for your damn tuition, that would be awesome. And if you had a situation like that, then maybe wouldn't be so many people taking out loans. The price of school is a barrier. It's to keep certain groups from being able to go to school. That's the point. And you guys are helping them uphold the status quo. Let me read this one. It says, I paid off my student loans, $88K without any help, while making $55K a year. I lived at home with my parents and scraped every penny together I could. It was hell. Why on earth would I wish that on anyone else? Cancel all student debt now. Give people a chance at a life I wasn't allowed to have. And this person said he paid off his $88K and he was making $55K and he was living with his parents. Like, a lot of us don't have the opportunity to live with our parents. If he was making that $55K and he had to pay bills, do you think that he still would have been able to pay off that $88K without any help? And he's talking about without any help. He had help because his parents was paying the bills where he was living. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do it. It would have been next to impossible. I mean, like, you can do it over a long period of time and you're going to be paying interest. So you're going to pay like 3, 4, 5 times the amount that it was. Why do they have all the interest on the student loans too? Like, why would the government give you a loan and then have to make money off of it? Getting crazy. This topic is kind of getting me all emotional. Let's move on. Where you guys at so I can get into the show?
My colleagues across the aisle who voted for the Default on America Act are going to look our veterans in the eye this Memorial Day. You have presented our country with an impossible choice: devastating cuts or devastating default, hungry families or homeless seniors, kids without classrooms or parents without jobs, empty VA clinics Our MTVA clinics are empty savings account. And now you're sending us home with no resolution. That's the plan. To default, to run out the clock. Well, I have some good news for you. 213, every single member of the Democratic caucus has signed the discharge petition. So before you go home, it only takes five patriots to join us in the fight for the American people. I don't know how my colleagues across the aisle who voted for the Default on America Act are going to look our veterans in the eye this Memorial Day. You have presented our country with an impossible choice: devastating cuts or devastating default, hungry families or homeless seniors, kids without classrooms or parents without jobs. MTVA clinics are empty savings account. And now you're sending us home with no resolution. That's the plan. To default, to run out the clock. Well, I have some good news for you. 213, every single member of the Democratic caucus has signed the discharge petition. So before you go home, it only takes five patriots to join us in the fight for the American people.
It's crazy. This debt thing, and then they're talking about cutting veterans benefits. It's like, I thought that the Republicans cared about, the armed forces and the veterans. Like the guy, Penny guy, the one who strangled the guy on the train. It's like every story is saying, oh, this guy's a vet. That's the first thing that they say. He's a veteran, da, 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 da. And it's like they really care about vets and they uplift them or whatever. But meanwhile, they're talking about cutting veterans benefits because they don't have the money. So that's where they want to cut. They don't want to cut on military spending, but they're okay with cutting veterans benefits. What's up, Deuce? How you feeling, man?
Pretty good, bro. How about you?
I can't complain. Still here, man. Still here. Pushing and striving.
I feel you. Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro.
Yeah, man. So, yeah. Did you check out any of the show from the last show I did last week? Was really good, man. The me and Dot, we talked about race, we talked about the healthcare industry, we talked about Bacon's Rebellion.
No, I didn't catch any of it.
We talked about Bois Calais, which is the Haitian thing that's going on with them fighting back against the gangs. It's a really good show, man.
Yeah.
Honestly, I kind of want to see if this will let me play some of this. I want to play some of that show where the part where we were talking about healthcare, and then because we're talking about vets. Memorial Day is coming up, so we should be, it's supposed to be like, looking out for our vets and so forth and so on, remembering them positively. Yeah. But I think most people just go barbecue and that's it. Like they don't even know what it's about or whatever, And at the end of the day, I have my reservations related to the U.S. military, even though my daddy was in the military, and I have a flag that they gave me when he passed away, and they did do the 21 gun salute when he died. So I still respect it, I respect somebody who's going and trying to put themselves on the line for what they felt like is a good cause, They're trying to be it's an honorable thing.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, I want to play this clip right here because if y'all didn't catch this, it was a guy who's his meds.
Propaganda. Oh, my bad.
No, it's a guy. He's a vet, and he was complaining about the VA and how they was screwing over him. And then me and Doc ended up in an argument about the healthcare system, because Doc was like, this is a reason why we shouldn't have universal health care. And I was like, this is a reason why we should have universal health care. So we was like, let me see. I hope this plays right. Let's cross our fingers. Yeah. Okay. I really did want to do this.
Government failed this veteran, and he didn't expect that.
7 times. 7 times over the course of.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
The last
It's not playing.
years, dude, the VA has continued to let me down. I just want some continuity of care with mental health providers. These doctors keep quitting, they keep switching. And then the one doctor that I really liked, who talked me off of ledge the last time, refused. I had a split because they fell in a network, and then they came back in the network. So I went the last 2 years dealing with my own demons myself and trying to hold it together. And then come to find out, it's like May. It's like late May, and he denied taking my case back. April 12th, and I'm just finding out, dude. And now I gotta go back to some new doctor, and then I gotta open Pandora's box again because they're gonna want to know everything, and then I'm gonna have to live through work and do that for a month. I just want some continuity and care, dude. I'm getting so tired of it. I just want to be able to talk to the same person and have the same individual manage my goddamn meds. I've been off all my medications for 2 years. I've been doing it on my own, man. I've just been white knuckling. I'm gripping. Jesus, I'm so tired of it. It's not a lot to ask. I just want to be able to talk to the same person and not continue to have to retell these fucking stories that torment me. I fucking get it now. I really do. I just want some continuity of care.
Bro, our fucking healthcare system is so ass. And see, this shows how much they really care about people. Like, they don't care at all.
This is a perfect example of why I don't want free healthcare for everybody right now.
Yeah, I mean that should let you know, right?
We are going to use for that.
Go ahead.
Who, me?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say because I mean, if you really think about it, I mean, universal healthcare, like even other countries have even spoke on it. They don't really let that become very, wide. The people, like the places that have it is, like it's all the trouble you have to go through to be able to get it, and how sick you might have to be before somebody walk to give you any kind of care. And when you have a competitive, when everybody's, because I mean, maybe the government should pay for some people, but at the same time it's got to be competitive for them to even really do what they need to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, say, bro, people are more in pain because of the way the system is set up through the governmental system. Like, I got friends that's, like they almost like decline every one of you. Like, if you need surgery for something, or like certain things, like they just like decline you off the top. And then, you gotta, prove why you need this and that, like going through all kind of bullshit that if you was just going to a doctor that understands what you're dealing with and what the problem is and kind of agree with you on the way your healthcare should go, things can get done way faster.
Yeah, but then you have to pay out of your pocket. Do you think that it's possible?
That's not true. That's not true. I know, like, say, bro, my dad he has VA, because he's a veteran, but he also has his own insurance where that he worked for, and there's times that he uses the VA, and there's times where he uses, his own stuff, and maybe dispute stuff later to get money back, but it's not necessarily coming out of pocket. It's you know, some of it is just using a different arrangement.
Well,
So
you're still paying because you're paying that insurance every month, is what I'm saying. So do you think
I
that
mean,
it's possible?
you still pay the insurance on the universal health care though.
yeah, because it's still
It's done
taxes.
in the form of your tax money, but
Let's
we have a country that's just the that's right close to us, which is Canada, dude, and they'll tell you that the universal the health care for all that they have up there, that shit sucks. They break a finger or break an arm, bro, like they literally cross over to the United States and get their care because they're getting denied. They're getting denied the immediate care that they need. Or they gotta wait so long to be able to see somebody. You
Yeah,
know what
because
I'm saying?
they're
Where they
already
just
under a totalitarian government, and you know, free doesn't like you. They use the word free because you're not paying for it out of your pocket, but you're paying for it
yeah,
regardless. No matter how you look at it, if they
it's coming
decided that
through
how
your tax dollars.
they're gonna pay for it, you know, they like they'll disperse the money as they choose for you, or you can be under a system that works, uh, you know, better.
But everybody says universal health care like that's gonna solve the healthcare crisis,
No, it's not.
in the world and in the country. It's not because there's always that loophole. There's always that way where they could deny you for something, or everybody's not gonna get that fair treatment. Everybody's not gonna get the same kind of
But,
attention
but,
that's needed.
but
You
listen,
know,
but
it's a
even like what we,
flawed
I'm
deal to
sorry.
begin with.
Yeah, no, and even when we talk about the whole, like right now, the debt ceiling, like what's gonna make the shit even cheaper? You know what I'm saying? If they can't afford to do the shit that's already happening, how the hell they gonna afford everything else?
Well,
Simple. Raise taxes on everybody.
Huh?
what?
Raise taxes on everybody. How do you think they're going to do it?
Well. They talk about spending, so I would cut spending. The huge amount that they spend in send it to the military-industrial complex.
Oh, oh, now the spending is it's okay to cut spending now.
Yeah, in the right areas. You don't cut spending on social programs. You cut spending on this big bloated ass military fucking budget that we have.
Well, I mean,
I mean, the
you
Well,
shit
know,
is
we were well on the way to doing that by pulling out of NATO until our potato in chief pulled us right back in and then started a war.
And let me ask you this: do you think that it's possible that the government system sucks so bad just to drive people back to the private sector related to insurance?
that's a possibility, but I think overall they really want to piss everybody off enough to where we have so much infighting that they can undermine the current government and change to a new one. Like to say there was some civil war, we're all fighting, blah blah blah, and they can. I mean, that's my theory. I mean, you know, hey,
Where
I've been wrong
we
about
already
things
know that the
before.
guy we supposedly elected is not running the country. I mean, the dude gets lost on stage.
I can't argue
Yeah,
with that. Did y'all watch any of that stuff related to the CIA
the
that I
FBI.
sent? Yeah, I sent at least one video related to the CIA, FBI, all that stuff. Unelected bureaucrats.
Yes, I did see that because I didn't get a chance to see all of them, but yes, I did see that, and that's one of the things I've been screaming for the longest. This is like, you know, like I sent a couple of videos out where like this was actual, uh, what they call it, those meetings that these boards or whatever, I forget what they call them. You know, kind of like the January 6th thing, but like real stuff.
Let me play a little
What?
bit more of me and Doc, and I want to hear y'all comments on it.
This is the kind of health care that we're going to get. The kind that my dad could have gotten a treatment that cost a fair amount, but would have kept him around 8 to 10 years. Well, it cost too much. So an accountant decided he needed a different treatment. So they did that. It didn't work. A year later, they tried another one that didn't cost as much. Didn't work. 2 years later, they did another one. So they wasted 4.5 years giving him 3 treatments that didn't work, which cumulatively cost more than the one that would have worked. Because the accountant said, we don't want to spend that much right now. That's why I don't want public health care until we get rid of this graft between the hospitals and the insurance companies. We can get the costs down, and that way the accountants don't have to worry about questions like that. And this guy, the doctor went out of the network and back in. You know why he didn't want to take the case again? Because the guy is near suicidal. And nowadays, thanks to some of the new laws, a psychiatrist who has a patient commit suicide can sometimes be sued in civil liability for it, because they didn't get him into a facility where he could be protected.
Well, there's so many problems with the system. I mean, we have to start somewhere.
Do you realize the average doctor right now pays almost $1 million a year?
Well, that's one of the problems.
For malpractice insurance.
Is the suits.
Just
and
to be able to work.
I say this all the time. I hate the lawsuits. It's like that's the solution to every damn problem, you know. And the major corporations are the ones that, are winning, and they don't even care about these lawsuits. They're making money hand over fist, and the lawsuits don't hurt them at all. Like it's a.
I'm sorry, but I gotta ask the question. I mean, so should nobody get some form of payback when there's a loss or injury that somebody like a professional has made? I mean, is there no redress for somebody who has suffered, whether it's the individual or the family because of negligence?
Well, my argument is that the focus should be on, improving things, holding people actually accountable. Because if they can just pay to get out of what they did, then they just continue to do it again. Somebody needs to go to jail. These corporations, the leaders of these corporations, the people who made the decisions, they should be held accountable, especially when it's someone's life. Someone died as a result of your decisions. If I made a decision and someone died as a result of it, I would go to jail. How come the system is different for these people than me?
What about Fauci? You think he should go to jail?
Doctors are forced to make life and death decisions every day. You can't hold them 100% accountable for every little mistake that they make, and that's the problem with doctors, because sometimes they are going to be wrong.
Yeah, but that's why you do an investigation, because if it was an accident, if it was just something that just happened that was outside of their control, then that's different. But if it was negligence, if it was like with criminal intent or whatever.
But one doctor's lack of knowledge is another doctor's negligence.
That's why they need to be investigation and dealt with it on a case-by-case basis. Because some of these people are doing it on purpose.
I agree with that. Well, I mean, I think that subconsciously some of these doctors, because I mean we've had conversations where women have gotten neglected because of their race, and they're supposedly can incur more pain than others, and that kind of negligence I think should really be punished. But I mean, like I said, when it comes down to not necessarily mistakes, but somebody trying something that should work or has worked in other situations similar to the one that the people are dealing with, I mean, insurance has got to be there and available. And over time, I mean, honestly, modern medicine is not getting better. And I mean, I think more people need to realize that, and we got to take our health into our own hands. That's more like, but nobody's trying to sue you know, the government for the different things that they're adding to our food. Like nobody even like, you know, we look directly at the things that, you know, or even the type of medicines that they allow on the market for us to be able to purchase, or that can be prescribed to us, that has a success rate of a, you know, like I don't
Negative
know what,
5%.
yeah, like
The very fact that we've got 8-year-olds out there with boobies already tells you something crazy is going on with the food. And that's the boys. That's not even the girls.
Wow. Wow. Let me play some more of this and y'all comment. It's just a cost of doing business for them.
Major corporations.
Go ahead. Oh, you were saying something, or that was the show? Let me
that
play
was the
some more.
show.
When it comes to lawsuits, use this as math. How much do we have to pay out, and how much would it cost us to change? If it costs us less to pay out the damages than it does to make the change for those things to not happen, we're just going to pay it out.
That's what I'm saying.
That is corporate math.
So the system is set up to be these corporations to make it through, and for the small business owners or the middle class people, the suits actually hurt them. So then that's the thing. So the system is set up to hurt the little guy and to protect the
We just
big guy.
lost 30% of the small businesses in America a few years ago
With the damn pandemic. Freaking so, but look, like this story right here really touches me because it's, you know, one of the things I always talk about is mental health. So I already have, you know, I'm very sensitive to that. But then another thing I always,
like I said, my VA killed my dad. In my opinion, they cost me 6 years that I could have had.
well, our healthcare system is what killed your dad. You know what I mean? It's overall
No, the
like
VA did. They were the ones that decided on his treatments because it was the cheapest one.
right.
Had he
So
the proper insurance to go outside of the VA, he could have gotten that treatment.
yeah, so but what is the barrier from keeping people from having the proper quote unquote insurance? It's usually money, right? So then that goes back to the same system that we're talking about. People, the elites, the corporations, the
Getting rid of
rich
the
folks.
graft between the insurance companies and the hospitals. My son broke his arm or got his arm broken, went to the emergency room. They brought him out a $76,000 bill. They found out he didn't have insurance. They came back out with a $6,000 bill. Tell me what's wrong there.
Right. I mean, we've talked about this multiple times on the show, and it's you know, we talked about it. So, but what I'm saying is, if we continue to say, you know, I don't want universal health care because it's not going to work because
I
the
didn't say I
government.
didn't want it. I said not yet. We can't do it until we fix problems.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you, like the problem could have been solved a long time ago. A lot of times, the people just kind of, you know, they don't want to be responsible for their own decisions, or you know, until something crazy happens and somebody's decision is against what you think is good, and then you know, you're looking for another option. So if the government is going to subsidize you in any kind of way, like why not have your own choice? And even if you have to pay a little extra to have that, let's just say if they, you know, because I know I should, you know, me have my own business and I'm paying my own insurance, I pay more than the average person. I'm, you know, pay damn near almost $400 a month for health insurance. So if they are willing to give somebody even half of that, let's just say or 2/3 of that, to be able to go onto the market where, you know, there is competition and people have to, you know, like, because that's the only thing that drives this economy is competition. When we have monopolies and just one or few people able to make the decisions, and then you're screwed. Like, I mean, no matter how you look at it, you're gonna be screwed. If I can't choose to go to Albertsons over Kroger, over Walmart, over Target, or whatever, like whoever is the one that can control, where everybody gets their things from, you're gonna get screwed. No matter what level of this corporate society that we no matter how you look at it, that's what it's going to boil down to. So you got to speak corporatese. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to think corporatese to, that's me. I don't, not necessarily trying to, coin a different term, but, we need to be able to really speak the language of business and do what actually works. And you're not going to get the best healthcare until you have people competing for your dollar.
Let me play a little bit more.
Doing it now is just going to be another Ukraine.
Well,
It's
what I'm saying
literally
is,
going to be another Ukraine.
you have to
it's gonna-
start the road. You have to start taking the steps towards the direction. Of course, it's not going to
Exactly.
be perfect, but as long as you have this barrier, it's so many of people here in the United States are like, oh, I'm totally against universal
Okay,
health care because it's not going to work.
Here comes the argument of we're just going to pour so much money. You talk about how the corporations and everything screws everyone. Why don't we stop that from happening before they get the hand in it? Like I said, right, your solution right now is going to create another Ukraine, making the pharmaceutical companies and the insurance companies millions and billions and trillions on the government's dime.
And I totally get your argument. It's fair and it's probably actually true. But as far as them making money,
For a system that is of such low quality that they kill people out of accounting things. They leave men like that leaving posts on the
but if you
that is the system that you want everyone to have right now.
But if you see, the thing is, what people don't really understand is if you put everybody on, if you put everybody on the same,
then you have 330 million people instead of 40 or 50 million people on the same dime.
It's gonna force the system to adjust. It's
you know how it's gonna adjust? It's gonna adjust
out of
by
your
cutting
favor.
more costs. By having lower quality doctors.
That's not
less
true.
Service.
That's
Absolutely
not true.
It is.
The people they've worked this out in countless other countries around the world. How come we can't get it together?
It's so nice you're talking about other countries. Let's talk about American bureaucracy. Let's talk about the reality of the country we're in, not the fantasy of a country that is so far left already.
All the idea
have had this stuff before the situation.
Once you put everybody on the same
countries
thing,
that are the size of our states.
Can we
once you
pause
put
for a
everybody
second?
on the same thing, it gives them in a position where. Go ahead.
I know that you're kind of following the same thought process that at least the Obama administration came with, and no, that's that's actually propaganda. Like, it's a bald-faced lie, and they make us believe that these other countries that's less, that's smaller than us and less expensive, they can afford to do this. No, like, there's a lot of things that they're not getting that they need, but they don't really get a chance, like, unless you really know somebody there that's dealing with it. That's the only way that you really get the fair shake. But that's why a lot of them are in better health, because they realize if they, it's better for them not to have to deal with the hospitals and the doctor's offices and things of that sort. And that's really where we need to get to, is where
they've been practicing preventative medicine over there for hundreds of years, where 100 years ago, one of our petroleum guys decided, hey, Let's start calling all this old herbology and wives' tales, well, wives' tales,
Yeah, when you live
quackery,
on
and buy our new modern drugs.
yeah, when you live under a monarchy, you really don't have a choice. And that's what was taken from them a long time ago. They didn't even have a choice to go on the universal health care. They didn't vote for that. They didn't, like decide, hey, let's try to make this work. No, that's what they got. And then when they go try to go to a hospital and get things done, it's like, oh, I don't know. We need to see. Let me do a little math. Well, and that's really insane for human beings to have to be decide on their life is based on the amount of money they might have to spend. And but like I said, I mean, there's a way around all of that, which I'm working on. I know that some of us here, we're actually trying to work on getting our health better. But that's one of the things that's going to make you live longer is not to have to deal with the medical system at all.
Well, they incentivize preventative care. If you take the profit out of the healthcare, if the government is, have to flip the bill, then they're going to incentivize you to be healthier, so they won't have to pay for your medical bills. But if you have a profit system like we have here in the States, they want you to be sick so that you can have to go and spend more money, and they make more money.
But at the same time, you got to realize, since you know that you're in that type of system, and if you want good care, and then you have the choice to change from one doctor to another because you're able to get, the service that you like or you need from X doctor, then like being in a competitive market is what's gonna set you free. Like it's
well, you can't go to the doctor you want, because if they're not covered in the particular insurance that you have, if they're out of network, then you can't join that doctor. So that's one of the arguments I was making. All the doctors would be under the same, network. So then you could just switch doctors.
All it is required is for the government to take over health care. Yet another industry being taken over at the point of a gun.
But that's the thing. Like, people think that that's what they want, but it's like, if you really like, bro, I can understand people who are poor that might push for things like that. But when you really see what's going on, like if you really want the good care, like you get what you pay for. And when you don't pay for something, they really treat you like shit. Like you get nothing.
I don't think that it matters that much on how much you're making, because you got people who put their houses up to be able to pay for their cancer treatments or whatever. These are rich folks. They go broke paying their health care.
Okay,
it's the leading cause of death.
But that was a thing that they made a choice on. But they like you would just be dead if it was up to the government paying for it.
How can you say that with confidence?
Because they're not gonna pay for some of the services. Once you get to a certain point, they're like, oh shit. I mean, they're just gonna count the days along with you. What you got left.
I personally think if the government had more so control of our healthcare, if you were a certain age and you came down with an illness, bro, they're not gonna do their best to take care of you. You're fucking dead. Because for one, they're trying to get rid of half of the population as it is already.
But
so
see, that's
even
where
sit here and ask the question, how could you be certain, is bullshit, bro. Because see it. These are the things that you talk about every day of these motherfuckers trying to off their own citizens. So
yeah, but that's where we come in and have to have control and say over what's happening. But if everybody is on the same thing, then you got the elite folks, the ones that they care about, are going to be on the same program. So then they have to take care of everybody because everybody is on the same deal. So then they would. So how would they choose who to take care of and who not to?
That's wishful thinking, because we should be standing up right now and fighting against this tyrannical government that we have right now, and we're not. Everybody's still divided and sitting there, and you got people that are just fucking on the blue pill, taking it up the ass. and they're fine with that. So
I
you
mean, it's
can't.
good.
Do you remember when the left was saying that people that didn't get the Fauci ouchie didn't deserve to have a hospital bed? That's your health care. That's the health care you want.
I'm glad you said that, Doc, because there's nothing that says a promotion of life like and especially with the information that we know now, that it wasn't the best decision to make doing that, especially those who already had the may have gotten sick from the vid.
I mean, with
So
the way that America runs things and the way the government is already trying to force feed you and force things up on you, and this day and age, the way our country is going, I would be extremely afraid of the government to be in control of my health care. Just think about what they would be forcing you to do now. Oh, you want us to pay for it? Oh, well, you need to have this vaccination. You need to have this. You need to have
oh my
that. You need
God,
to do this. You need to
At
do
this
that.
everything
at,
you
at this
won't have a
point,
choice on
though,
anything.
remember though, at this point though, Chaka is very, very comfortable with having the government take care of our health care,
No,
take care of our
he's okay
private
with them
protection,
take care of
and take care of
everything.
our education, educating our kids. So
No, I
this is
know.
not that big of a step.
Nah, this is, to me, it's like it's almost insane I mean, like, I don't know. The whole idea, minorities, allowing, like, because I don't know. To me, it's just like when you accept that you can't make like somebody else is gonna make a better decision for you. Like you just giving away your manhood. You might as well cut your nuts off, go on and do the trans surgery, and just let it be that. You know what I'm saying? Like you take, like, you're giving away your manhood to allow somebody else to make these deep decisions for you and your family. Like you don't own yourself, and or even your like your family don't own themselves, or or you even for your children to even be able to say, hey, I don't think that's a good idea. Is it? Oh well, this is what we're gonna do. This is they're our children too. Like, no, bro. Like, we got some stuff, like, it just don't make no sense. And us following it and allowing certain things to just happen without just cutting them off right then and there is like, fuck you. This is my child, and I will decide what is gonna happen, regardless of with your help or not.
I want to say though, what Deuce was saying, I think is a fair argument. That's fair. Let me play a little bit more of this so I can get my argument out, and then we're gonna move on. Where you can negotiate these prices, where you can force the pharmaceutical industry to sell the drugs at the fair price for everybody.
So in other words, government control and interference in free market enterprise.
We don't really have a free market anyways. I don't even see how people can fix their face to say that. It's rigged every step of the.
So it's okay to continue breaking laws and forcing things as long as it is for what you think is good.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's going to force them to have fair prices for procedures. Yes, it's going to force the corporations to have fair prices for the procedures, fair prices for the drugs. It's going to force them to have all the doctors in the fucking the same program, not in doctors, out doctors, and all of this bullshit. That's what all the complicated bureaucracy is. What's the problem?
About the government taking over the entire medical industry from the top, which is going to do what to private medical practices?
Fuck them. Why do we care so much about these people still making money? Wow. They're fucking killing people. They are robbing people.
And there's the rub. Wow. There's where you're coming in with the gun. Fuck people.
I'm saying fuck these corporations that are robbing people. Fuck them.
Well,
why do we care about them so much? Let them go out of fucking business. All they're doing is robbing people anyways. Fuck them. Straight up.
To take that.
What do you say?
So when he, because I thought he said like, what about like the private practices and things like that? Like, bro, we need more private practices because those are the people that really kind of give a shit. Like those are the hometown guys that you know are gonna like they get to know you and your family, especially if you got generations that's been going to the same same doctor or family members go to the same doctor. Like those are the people that we want to have relationships with, and like when when you say fuck them, I'm just like, but no, that's the type of stuff we need. Like, bro, to me, I don't know, bro. Like, I know our beliefs, are we want the same things, but the way to get to them is very different, and which is fine. But at the same time, I think there's some core principles that might be missing because you know the way the world works is that like there's an incentive program that's built into nature. So when when somebody needs something or willing to do business with somebody, as long as they do right by you, you'll be willing to continue to do business with them. And when somebody else like, and you're going to tell other people that, hey, you really want to get treated right, this is where you need to go, this is who you need to see. And that's the things that really kind of automatically work for the people. But when we get programmed to the point where we think that the government is gonna because we're talking about the very same people who will promote one drug this time because they got paid 100,000 by this one, and then the other one talking about some 500,000. Oh, now they're gonna sell that one. They don't care which one is better for you. It's what's gonna thicken their pockets. And these are the people we're gonna trust. Like, bro, like that is a plenty of room for destruction. We have to get back to the fact that, okay, we're gonna put to the side because we know that us taking care of ourselves and not having to necessarily deal with the doctors so much is really the key point. But when we get to the point where we're talking about we're fighting over you know whether it's people that we can choose for ourselves or who the government is willing to do business with because they're along with their politics and the things that they believe in. Well, you can go see this people, don't go see them because this is who we like. I don't care who you like, this is who we like, and this is who you have to go see. Bro, like, that shit will get old very quick.
That's already what we have. What
No,
you
it's
just
not.
described.
No, it's not. The
Um,
system, the system that you're fighting for is what will give them that type of power over that of your life, of your health life. Your being able to deal with doctors and this, that, and the other. Because I mean, yeah, because with insurance, you can pick an insurance that's got the doctor that you like that's in your network. Because once you find the doctors that you like, you can ask them what kind of insurance do they accept. If it's not the insurance that you own, you can drop that motherfucker and move to the insurance that the doctor you like uses.
yeah, but
You won't. You won't.
if there was only
Go ahead.
one network, then all the doctors would be there.
No, it wouldn't. A lot of because see, a lot the thing about that is doctors that's gonna, bro. We just seen it with the pandemic, bro. Like there's like certain doctors and scientists won't even get heard because they didn't believe in or like there was a different way to handle the situation than what they had already prescribed for you. You didn't even get to hear those voices on TV calling it misinformation and all these other things that people died because they didn't have that fucking information.
Let's
We
move.
we, we, we just lived through this very thing.
And I really think that the pandemic should have drove us into universal health care. I have no idea why it didn't.
Well, that's the plan, and you still. I know you think that that's the right thing, but you are horribly
Because nobody trusts the system because it's corrupt right now. Because when you look at the VA system, that is the model for our United Healthcare system. Take a look. It's in the government. It's in the paperwork. It's just they're going to take the VA and expand it to a nationwide agency. That is how they're going to do it. And talk to a veteran or two.
One of the reasons why Obama then pushed that whole thing and was willing to penalize anybody who didn't go through that system or didn't have the insurance, you know, whatever, was because they knew the next term or two was what they was going to be trying to do now. Bro, like none of this stuff is accidental.
About how it's going to force networks to get bigger and all that, and everyone's going to be a big part. That was the same argument that they used to get Obamacare in. That's part of the reason I voted for him the first time. And well, we see how that went. I'm on an insurance that I have to pay $200 to anyone out of network, and the only 3 hospitals I can go to are in Colorado.
The pandemic exposed how horrible our healthcare system is. Here in the United States, I think we lost more people than any other country in the world. And at the very least, the pandemic should have brought us to the point where we were talking about improving our healthcare system, but we're not even having that conversation.
Chocolate.
Like, we have to start somewhere.
I hear what you're saying, and I know you don't quite see it yet, but I need you to just consider, maybe just kind of, you know, think about this for a while, because if they had already gotten everybody on the system, and let's just say you got sick for any reason, and one of the things that you decided not to do because you weren't prepared to make that step, they would have forced you to do it regardless, because you would have had no choice. Oh, if you want to see a doctor, because if more people was under that same system you're talking about, if Trump hadn't gone and make decisions where you can, you know, like making these doctors and pharmaceutical companies be competitive so that you can be able to get things regardless of what system you were on, you wouldn't have been able to decide, no, I don't want to take that shot or take this pill or whatever it is that you may want to decide for your family. They were going to decide it for you, which is not a good idea, because some people don't love you as much as you love you.
Yeah, I mean, I get that argument, which is fairly fair. I just don't think that it would work that way, because everybody is not going to go with that program. A lot of people are going to say no. That's exactly what happened during the pandemic. A lot of people said no, you know, and whatever consequences they had to suffer as a result of it, they did.
And then the government came in and ordered it, and then took their jobs away because they didn't agree.
You saw that,
and look
right?
at what they did up in Canada when the truckers stood up. That's what's going to happen with digital currency. They shut off their bank accounts. That's what's coming. If we don't get whatever the next algae is, bam, digital currency. There you go. When you can't pay rent or eat anymore, you'll go ahead and take it.
Let's move on. Have y'all heard about Target? What's going on with Target?
I heard some stuff. I didn't even really read into it that much. I did see like a glimpse of the story of, you know, like some products that they took off the market, approaching the season, the Pride season.
Children's Pride gear.
Huh?
Pride gear. I'm sorry. To me, there's a difference between the rainbow community and the alphabet community. The alphabet community bothers the heck out of me. I know them as the rainbow community, the rainbow flag, the real one. The ones that we grew up with and have known about for the last 40 years, not this crazy
Well,
group of Fruit Loop friggin',
well,
you
and
know,
I get what you're
ones
saying
that
because
seem to hate each other as much as themselves.
well, listen, I kind of get what you're saying because there are some, you know, people in, because I mean, it's all LGBT plus Q and whatever else. Like, but that's what they've done, that they've attached themselves to other things so that they can prosper. They don't, that's like they use the black community to get some of their bills passed. You know, like if they didn't attach it to some of, I'm just gonna say other minorities.
Well, they
A
call
lot of,
themselves a marginalized community, just
yeah,
like
well,
black people.
Yep.
yeah, exactly, which is
That part I don't
bullshit.
like. Yeah, I don't like that at all.
Do you really think
But
that the
see,
actual gay and trans people,
but
like these new ones, these
but
maps, trying to
but
attach
listen,
themselves to them?
Chaka. But see, that's one of the things that bothers me when you get upset about the books that's being canceled. Like, you know, that Rosa Parks book that, you know, we've heard the story for the last 40, 50 years of Rosa Parks, and now they're trying to add LGBT premises to the story. Like, bro, like, no, like, yeah, that shit needs to be banned. Like, that's not necessary to tell her story because that's not what that was about. Like, whatever, you know, and she was a married woman. I don't think she was LGBT, but they can try to throw that kind of stuff into her story as if that's, you know, really, you know, got something, like it doesn't have anything to do with it, bro. And that's the thing, like,
That's not true. That they're not doing that. You can't change the Rosa Parks story. They just
they have that, just like they did with the what's the guy, the gay guy that should have been ahead of the civil rights, but because he was gay, they chose somebody else to take the front. I think that's what they chose. What's the guy's name? He wrote the different books. Like, damn, why can't I think of his name? Shit.
Well, check this out. It says Target pulls Pride Collection brand after threats from domestic terrorists. So let me read a couple comments. It says, laugh my ass off, good. Imagine being pissed because people don't want their kids wearing satanic clothing. Another comment, it says, stop pushing that shit on kids. Another comment, it says, it don't even matter if the shirt said straight pride. What the fuck is sexuality being pushed on children? Another comment, it says, comments condoning terrorism. Another comment, it says, why would they be selling gay kids clothes? What the fuck is going on, bro? Another comment, it says, keep the kids out of this. What the F? So I'm going to go into this a little bit more, but it's like, I agree with the comments on pushing, you know, the LGBTQ on children, okay? But I think it's hypocritical for these people to be so angry at Target, you know, about what they have on sale in their store, because it's like, you don't have to go there and buy that stuff. And then who are you to tell what other parents are doing with their children or what the hell they're buying for their children? And it's like they make the argument about capitalism, free market.
Okay, if you want to defend Target, why
real
did
bad. I don't know if that's my phone or yours or what, but
if you want to defend Target, why didn't you defend My Pillow or Goya? It's cancel culture.
What would
It's happening from the right now. Everybody's like, oh, well, they shouldn't be doing this.
I don't know what your argument is there, because I didn't know nothing having to do with My Pillow. I never said anything about that. I'm saying that they're being hypocritical with this because they're saying, you know, they like to say capitalism, free market all the time. So it's a free market. It's capitalism. If somebody wants to buy this shit for their kids, why are everyone else so angry about it? And it's not pushing anything on your children.
Well, my thing is, because I mean, you know, and I agree with you
But
to
it's
that
okay to
extent.
shut down a like My Pillow because, well, the guy supported Trump.
And I agree with what you're saying about cancel culture, because that's what they're doing with this. So it's basically the same thing.
Yeah,
I don't agree with
sorry,
either.
What about like Bud Light? If they were to say we're not going to shop there, we're not going to shop there, good. No offense, some of these companies have been bowing to the whim of the crowd, and some have made money to play in the game, some have not.
Yeah,
They
so
need
My
to
thing
stop
is
playing.
where
They need
who
to
was
stop playing
where were these
identity
things getting
politics
sold at before?
and get back to selling us cheap shit for a decent price, and shut
and
the fuck up about the politics.
well, I don't know that they're getting into politics just because they're selling a product. You know, they're trying to make money. They're a business, right? That's all they care
Dude,
about
if
is
you put pro homosexual trends and stuff like that onesie jumpers out there for children, you are saying that agenda that is okay to say.
I don't know that they're going that far. I mean, they're just selling a product. I mean, and like this is not going to stop me from going to Target and buying stuff out of Target, whether I agree with it
Just like
or
the
not.
Dilly didn't stop me from drinking Bud Light.
I was just about to say same thing with Bud Light. I mean, like I don't drink beer, but them
But no,
having that.
this is bad taste. Having children's gear with that. Well, I don't know. That one doesn't bother me. Be proud doesn't bother me.
Some people are gonna buy this stuff, and that's on them. I mean, I'm not gonna buy this shit for my children, but who am I to say what another parent or whatever can go to the store and buy or not? That's the problem I have. I have a problem with people deciding, that they're on their high horse and they're saying, you can't buy this stuff for your children. Like, stop indoctrinating children or whatever. Like, that's their child. Like, you're gonna go into their house and tell them how to raise their child.
But bro, you see, the one of the things
That's kind of what the left is doing right now too. Both sides are doing it.
Where were they? Where was these items being sold before? Like, why all of a sudden they got to be in every store that everybody's going to? Like, this is.
If I remember, this particular line was picked up by somebody from online.
Listen, bro. This is because the thing about it is, if we really look at like they're less than 1% of the entire population. Why is it such a need to be in the like you're trying to draw it to where other people are gonna buy it that wouldn't have bought it before? Like and that's their whole idea. Like people that looking for those items, whatever that they were selling, like they would have been able to get them from where they used to get them from, or if or from somewhere else. Why is it in like? Not to say that Target don't have the right to sell it. Like, I mean, everybody has a choice, just like they had a choice to take it off the market because it was going to make a bigger problem for them than they wanted, than they want to deal with. So it's just like a lot of these things that they're trying to program people with is like, it's a test. What are they gonna allow this week? What can we get away with next week?
I don't see how it's programming people for having a product for sale on the shelf.
Because you're not a child. Because you're not a child anymore. You don't know how. You don't remember when you were a kid, like all the different things that you could see and like spark your interest and. Like it's certain things that you already sold on and things you don't give a shit about, and they automatically have been filtered out. That's
so I'm gonna walk around. I'm a child, and I walk around Target, and then they have a Pride bathing suit over there, and now I'm gonna be gay as a result. That's ridiculously retarded.
Yeah, because no, that's your argument because I didn't say that but children
leftist strawman argument number 43.
Yeah, I mean, like you can be simple about things when you want to be and complex on others, and this is where you just lose your marbles is on this conversation because you swear that nobody is really trying to recruit children, even though that they're trying to send these dudes dressed as women into kindergarten and first grade classes.
Okay, so but how does stuff being on sale on the Target shelf recruit children? I don't get it. Where's the
because
connection?
because some things like the colors, our whole idea of the rainbow a lot of times will attract just ooh
How does the
like
American
like
flag on clothing recruit people or indoctrinate?
Wait, you broke up. I
it,
didn't get you. What'd you say, Doc? I'm sorry. I didn't get you.
I said, well,
yeah, I
this,
didn't hear.
then I guess a cross or something like that doesn't do it either, or an American flag, or something like that.
If it's something that's just for sale in the store, no.
You said you took psychology, yet you're going to disassociate
Doc,
It's
look,
it's
the whole
if
idea of marketing insight in mind.
say
if
Doc, I'm gonna tell you something. Just like that question I asked in the chat about you know, do we um you know answer or talk a certain way so that you won't be, so you don't get canceled. And I think that's Chaka. Like I think that, a lot of things that he know that he can get slack for, he won't talk in that direction. Sometimes people need to be smacked in the face with some just plain honesty.
I really
And
just I don't get the logic. The logic isn't here with this. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, now if they were selling it in the school or it was in the classroom, same thing with the cross or the flag. It's in the classroom and they're looking at it every day. That's totally different. But for sale on the shelf in a store, come on, man.
yeah, we might as well just start selling porn in Walmart, because it doesn't matter, because
Well, I guess we need to get
that's not
Chick-fil-A
gonna
to start
attract.
opening on Sundays.
I mean, bro, like that's fine, bro. Look, me arguing about certain things to like some people, the people who get it. Those who don't, hey, you know what? There's more questions about their life than
I
I
don't
mean.
get it. I think that people are being ridiculous and they're totally reaching and overreacting with this particular thing because and then it goes back with what I was
But
saying before in the other show about
has
this
these
being
products just been?
conservative. Being conservative has nothing to do with telling what other people do with their life.
No,
Like, how is that being
I hear you.
conservative to tell these parents or tell them that they can't even have this stuff on the
But let me
shelves for these other parents to go buy if they
are
want to go buy it?
are these new products? I mean, that's the part that I like. If this is brand new products that just come out on the market, no, we know we've been seeing people wear these types of things for years. Like we grew up seeing drag shows. Like I say grew up, but like I know like my 20s and up, we've seen way more drag stuff come around. There's porn stars. There's all of that get these different props and
A few years ago, it was Walmart that did it. It had the same problem. It just wasn't as loud and wasn't as effective because they didn't have the internet bandwagons like they do nowadays.
Right. So that's what this is. It's the cancel culture. It's the crime.
Dude,
It's the outrage
but
culture.
you know what? Why are you bitching about this when you've not said a damn thing about any time the left has done it before? Why choose now?
I don't know what you're talking about because I'm covering this particular topic and I'm saying how I feel about this particular topic. Like I don't know what you're arguing.
I understand that, but like I said, you choose now to make an argument against this.
It's
this
a protest,
it's never
bro.
been an issue when it's happened. 87 times in the last 3 or 4 years.
This is in the news now, and that's what we do on this show. And let me ask you this, Pat. So those drag shows that you saw, did they make you gay?
Yeah, I'm gay. I'm happy about everything I do.
So, do you get my argument?
No, I hear what you're saying, but the whole thing is, all right, let's look at it from this angle. Because we've been getting canceled for the slightest stuff, just not for agreeing with other people or having a difference of opinion for years. And then when you getting bombarded by these different messages that they're pushing on the entire society, not just children, but everybody is got to see this stuff somewhere where it's like, okay, look, you know, you said you just wanted to be able to marry each other and blah blah blah, and oh, I fell for the same bullshit trying to give a shit about you. Now you want to bully me with all of your shit. So
So
it's like,
selling
okay,
these products on the shelf
no, no,
in
no, 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 no,
Target
no.
is
You're not
bullying
gonna do
you.
that. You're not gonna do that because you're trying to belittle our protest because okay, when
He's going
some
to keep repeating himself and talking in a circle.
yeah. I mean,
Because it don't make sense.
no, you very much understand. You
He's,
ain't
he's
crazy.
on the soapbox and making no attempt to understand why
Yeah, no,
someone might be upset or what. He
that's
just
So do
wants
y'all
to
feel?
stand up there and swing left.
So do y'all feel like you should go into Target and destroy the store or blow it up or whatever because they're selling these products in the store?
I
No,
don't
I didn't
think
say
that the
nobody
store
said
should
that.
have been destroyed during those peaceful protests a couple of years ago. I think vandalism is wrong. I think looting is wrong
It's
in any situation like
and
this.
all it is it's a protest that you know that I guess could get out of hand. At least they warned them.
I saw some pictures of a Target store that got fucking destroyed. It got fucking tore
Dude,
apart.
Oh, all right, I didn't see that.
tell you what, watch videos of Black Friday or the day after. You want to see shit that looks like looting and war zones. Though some of them are hilarious, especially when they get running battles after good products.
But listen, it's nothing like when somebody's protesting about getting killed by police and they go protest and they go steal people's shit and this, that, and the other. That was okay because it was for a good cause. But because and that's something, you know, like because you know, of course, I don't agree with people getting killed by cops no matter what race you are, but it's you know, it's people really getting angry now because it's about something, you know, still something that people feel strongly about because they don't want, you know, like they're trying to preserve the innocence of their children.
People.
Yeah, you're trying to
But
preserve the
people would get
innocence of
pissed
their
off
children.
people would get pissed off if they put up a Rittenhouse as a hero t-shirt.
Yeah, but because somebody else has decided that, oh no, I think all children should see this and deal with this. Like you're gonna like doing everything
No,
that
they're
you
not
can
talking about
to
kids seeing it. They're talking about kids wearing it.
well,
Pro
I mean,
pride,
but
pro,
I mean, they gotta be able to
alphabet,
see.
pro stuff. That's what it
They
is.
got to
That's
be able
what
to
it's
see it
about.
first for them to even be attracted to it. But like, I mean,
No,
it's
they don't.
making them like
The parents buy it for
it's
them and put it on
programming.
because the parents are woke.
Well, it's
They
programming
want to
because
show.
they
They
started with
want that
school.
message that I am aware, I am no, or the two dads or the two moms or the mom that was the
But
dad,
no,
and
but
the dad
listen,
that was the mom,
but no,
all want to just
I don't
when you
understand why
when you
people
when
so
you
use
mad
their
about.
when you
child
seeing it
as a
when you seeing
message
it
board.
when you see, because see, my son is past the age of being, you know, just totally a sponge, and I, you know, but still in all, like I still care about children in general and their and parents to be able to decide what kind of things their children are exposed to. And now I can't take my children grocery shopping with me now because I might, you know, they might be bombarded with messages that I don't want them to see just yet. Give them a chance to, you know, if they're gay, they're gay. You don't need to force that on them.
So, but
Like
what about people just walking around with a pride shirt on or whatever
they
the
don't sell
flag?
stripper clothes everywhere. You got to go to certain stores to get certain things, and that's what should be left for the less than like a 0.3 of 1%, not
So
0.3%
so
percent,
let's say somebody
point
goes to
three
one of those stores and they walk out of the and they're wearing the pride.
Like I say, the only thing that's got people really pissed off about this, other than the
You
fact
got
that
all
it's
the
a t-shirt,
woodisms.
is that it's kids' onesies, it's children's, it's babies' gear. That's why people are upset about it.
And I ain't gonna lie, I don't agree with that. But what I'm saying is that
Yeah, you do.
I don't hear what I'm saying. I don't agree with the kids onesie with the extra pouch on the front or the bathing suit with the extra pouch on the front. Like I don't agree with that at all. But at the
Okay.
same time, I don't understand the outrage on another parent doing whatever the hell they're doing, or a store selling whatever they're selling because they want to sell it to whoever people who are going to buy it. And I think that it's hypocritical and a double standard when you scream free market and capitalism, but you want to tell a store what they can put on their shelves and what they can't. And then you want to call yourself conservative, but you're all worried about what the other parents are doing. And you want to control that other family and tell them what they can and cannot do. And I don't see how it affects you.
Liberal means authoritarianism too, though, if you think about it.
Listen to what you're saying, because you just flipped it. The exact same thing that we're saying that they're doing to their children. You're just flipping it around as if, like you're demonizing the people who don't want their children because there's people on the left. There's people on the left that disagree with this type of stuff too. Like a lot of times they don't speak up because they're afraid of getting canceled or somebody talking shit about them because they have a belief other than theirs. They just don't want to. They don't want the conflict.
Well, that's what this is. Target is being canceled, right?
No, listen. But see, what you see, you act like you don't hear, like it doesn't matter what everybody says. Like, bro, like there's people who are, that supports those very same people, but they don't want to see a lot of that, but they're afraid to say something because it's like, they don't want to be ostracized or, because they don't hate gay people or trans or any of that, but they just wish that they would do some of these things away from children. And that's a simple thing to ask because there's not even 1% of the population that falls into that category. And for you to bombard everybody else because you think that everybody's supposed to jump up and down and hooray with you because you are free enough to do or feel like you're free enough to do this now. Like, no, I don't have to celebrate with you. I can be happy for you that you doing your thing, but I don't want to necessarily see it in my neighborhood or on my in my grocery store or wherever. Like, that shit, before you know it, they'll find a way to put something in the hardware store. So when I'm looking for things to fix shit at the house, I gotta see something somewhere. Like it's insane that we even have to have this conversation because like if we hadn't supported them from the beginning, they wouldn't have this. So now why are you beating me over the head every moment you get because you now think that like you have these protections that keep people from doing things or whatever, like you just gotten emboldened over this short period of time and you don't know how to handle it.
Well, the direction this is going in is people, they're not going to be able to drink Bud Light. They can't go to Target. I bet you they're selling these products on Amazon. What they're going to stop shopping on Amazon. So you ain't going to do nothing but hurt yourself in the long run and completely limit the stuff that you'll be able to do
Amazon,
because you're outraged about everything.
With it being on Amazon is not a problem.
The outrage culture like this? The cancel culture.
For real, the
where did I remember spending 4 years of almost an entire House of Representatives seeing impeach someone who hadn't even been in office less than 4 hours, who took 2.5 years to impeach someone, and the impeachment was actually over something that had only happened 6 months before the process started. Meaning, after admitting that they'd been trying to do it for it's like this whole country is gone off its friggin' rocker, trying to this revenge culture, this how far can we take it the other direction culture, the get back at you culture, the burn this fucking bridge culture that's going on.
And bro, I'm gonna tell you, a lot of those people are the meanest people ever, bro. Like, right, the people on the right get blamed so badly for shit that there is no real example of them doing it. Like, like I got, like, even like with Trump, like people mad at Trump because his supporters, the people who was willing to support him, were racist. Not because he's racist, but because because people in the country, because they could have chose anybody. They could have chose Joe Biden to get behind, or Obama, or anybody. Like, those same people could have got behind, or may have been behind them the whole time. But now, because those people are saying, hey, you know what, we like you now. Now he's the bad guy. Now he's the racist, because the people, and supposedly these people are racist, because that's a tag that's been put on them as well, because they love America. Like, bro, like the insanity that's going around, it like makes no sense to me, bro.
I would agree with you on that one. Let me read this right here. It says Target could have decided to stay out of the culture wars. Instead, it decided to wage war on a large share of its customer base. I no longer shop at Target, and it seems many families are doing the same. So it says Target stock has just collapsed to its lowest trading value in a year with no end in sight. For the first time in my life, common sense Americans are standing up for themselves and committing to action. It says, hold on.
But
Okay, I would also like to point out that this is right after the kids are getting out of school, going into summer. There's still a very low amount of summer barbecue, all that summery kind of stuff going on. This is when they're going to have their biggest stock drop and stuff. And it's going to keep going down till the next quarter when they start gearing up for Black Friday, and then everything's going to start going back up again.
Yeah, or well, before that, it's going to be when school starts back, because a lot of people do school shopping at Target.
That's what I'm saying. That's the next quarter.
And so, and I think by then everybody's going to be forgot about this. This one, it says, we are the majority. We are winning. We're just getting started. And it shows
Plus, every corporation is taking stock hits like this right now because they can't keep up pandemic level income.
It shows
people have a choice to shop places again instead of just getting their order from the nearest Target or from wherever they can.
Well, they're already having problems because in certain cities and states, they're getting robbed blind.
Oh, absolutely. California, Chicago, Minneapolis, Minnesota their Targets got a lot of hits too.
Yeah, Walmart's along right aside of them, and it's not like there's not a market for those stores. It's just that because of the situation in those states, it's gotten so extreme that they got to shut down because there's just so much stealing. So
let me play this. It says, an important reminder that Target is lying to you. Weird that satanic child sex cult grooming is the line, but I'm glad we're finally activated. Let me play a little bit of this.
Okay, so I am here at Target in Tampa, Florida. Just walked in the door. You've heard that there's a backlash and that Target's made some.
Come on.
Real changes to their very aggressive pride display this year, and you have been lied to, actually, because right here at the very front of the building, there you go. There's your little toddler mannequin, and it gets better. Check this out. So they've also had plenty of toddler gear, plenty of onesies for literally 12 months. That's what that is. And then they have this designer. See that? This is designed by the now infamous satanic company. The guy that says, we're hanging with Satan because Satan respects pronouns. This is his brand. Look it up. Right here at the front of the store, along with the child.
I have no idea
I've
what
been
you're
asking, how close is this giant display, which is at the front of the store, how close is
The internet's
this
still
to the
messing up.
Joanna Gaines section? Which I find particularly interesting because, Joanna Gaines has a very lucrative, presumably multi-billion-dollar deal with Target, and she's a Christian who has Christian moral values that she wishes to uphold and built her entire brand on family values. You see, I've just taken probably 10 steps from the display, and here we are. This is the Joanna Gaines fiefdom inside of Target. So here you go. There they are. There they are. The paragons of Christian entrepreneurs and family values, right next to the satanic designs inside of the Pride display in Target that they've been lying to you about. So there you go, Joanna. She's literally, look at that. She's looking across, literally looking across from it. So again, Target is lying to you. What does Joanna Gaines think about this? Do they support this? Do they support satanic grooming of children? Sure would be nice to know.
Yeah. Whatever.
I didn't hear anything he said.
Yeah, it's probably your internet, bro.
Yeah, you're breaking up too.
Okay, it's probably you. Refresh your thing or exit out and come back in. This is
It's probably me, but okay.
Yeah. So this guy, again, it says weird that satanic child sex cult grooming is the line, but I'm glad we're finally activated. I think all of this is a distraction. That's kind of what I wanted to point I kind of wanted to make. So much important things going on in the world, so many things to really be activated about, and we're activated about this. We're worried about what the other parents are doing or what Target is selling.
I think the word grooming is a lot like the word woke. People don't actually know what the fuck they mean when they say it.
Yes.
Or at least they don't know what they're talking about, what grooming is. I'm sorry. The bag is in a pro-pride design, and it's made by a company that's like Satanic Gym or something like that. And the guy, I know about the guy because I've seen videos on him. Seems like a pretty cool guy, but it's like we hang with Satan, man. Kind of a guy, and he's a clothes designers, and they design foo-foo.
Yeah.
Some dark stuff. I mean, it's their thing. It's their gimmick. It's their goth thing. And, not that worried about it. The baby jammies with the pride stuff on there is a little weird to me, but I didn't see anything actually offensive to put on a child. I mean, seriously, honestly.
Yeah. So, and like you said about the grooming, I don't think they either don't really know what it means or they're misunderstanding it on purpose, just to find something to be outraged about, because I don't know how this display in Target is going to be grooming your children in any way. Like, I don't see how you get that from that.
Well, that's because you're not trying to cross that bridge to understand what they're trying to say. Which is, like I said, it's because he doesn't understand what grooming means. Or he's using it in a way different way than, any dictionary I've read it in, so far has described it. But yeah, like I said, I see where they're can get a little weird about the the baby clothes, with the pride logos and stuff on them. I see where people are going. I mean, I stopped going to pride festivals and stuff because it became a fetish parade more than anything else.
Mm.
And I'm sorry, I love the gay community. I love partying with them and everything. But when it started to become a whole bunch of middle-aged guys with assless chaps leading naked guys in dog collars, spiked dog collars, I'm like, yeah, this is not really my scene anymore.
Yeah, I'm good. I'll pass. Like my stomach, I was hungry earlier, now I lost my appetite.
And that's why I gotta say, you know, I don't think a lot of pride parades are kid friendly anymore.
Let me read this one. It says Americans are standing up for themselves, ? By boycotting rainbow clothes, ? Please, the government is extorting 40% of your paycheck every week, and you'll keep voting in Republicans who tell you your gay neighbor is the groomer and not the congressman who went to Epstein's Island. Bruh, this comment is so fucking on point. Let me copy this. So basically what I was saying was...
Yeah, that's actually a misuse of groomer too.
Well, I'm saying we got way bigger fish to fry. We got way
it
more.
It just sounds better for what you... Yeah.
Way better stuff to be concerned with, you know. She says Americans are standing up for themselves by boycotting rainbow clothing. Get the fuck out of here. And then it says the government is extorting 40% of your paycheck every week, and you'll keep voting in Republicans who tell you your gay neighbor is the groomer and not the congressman who went to Epstein Island. And then it's like the thing about the pedophilia or whatever. It's like, you know, automatically, I don't know how we got here, but it's like if they're gay or transgender or whatever, they're automatically trying to groom children or sexually exploit children or molest children or whatever. And I have zero idea where that came from. Freaking the pedophiles tend to be straight people. You know what I'm saying? The people who actually predate on children are straight people. Like, you know, that's the thing. Like, who were all those people who went to Epstein to fly on his private jet and go to his island and all of that and so forth? Were these LGBTQ people?
You're actually not.
They're not all straight.
They're different worlds. You have not touched or been around this world, so don't. I would suggest not saying that it doesn't happen. It's not like that, or there's not a lot.
Well,
most of them are this and things like that. Because,
I don't know. I ain't gonna lie, Pat.
Yeah.
Doc, you're right. I don't know, but the agenda, what they're saying, the narrative is saying LGBTQ community is the ones that are grooming children and trying to, I don't know, molest them or whatever the hell.
No, it's adults. Like, it's a lot of adults, period, and they seem to be majority. I mean, because we don't necessarily, because regardless of the right and what they support, I don't see them outwardly doing it. We don't see that those are the things that they're, you know, truly campaigning or pushing in the public. What they do behind closed doors, I don't care. But what you're doing out in public and trying to promote to the world, that does matter. And everybody, you know, that gives a shit is saying something.
So, but then why is the focus on the LGBTQ community when it comes to grooming children?
Well, for one, because it ends up being a lot of times it's the trans going
Take a
into
look at
schools
TikTok.
and you know, it's guys that's dressing up like women for the most part, you know. And then if it was a woman that was dressed in the same way, they would have a totally different response to it. Oh my God, what is happening here?
So you're saying that it's the trans community, guys dressing up like women. This is the majority of people who are grooming children. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think so.
Dude,
I think
will you stop doing that?
I'm asking a question.
No, you're not. You are stating something and saying
You're
agree with
mocking.
this or not.
What he's trying to do is to mock the whole thing, so that regardless of what you say, seems
He's
ridiculous.
trying to
And
get you to say
that's
something
it's
half
a
and half
good
so he can make it
it's a
sound
good
clip.
yeah no it's he's got a good angle to try to come at, but I mean anybody with good sense knows that that's a bullshit argument. Like it what you're asking is makes no sense, because grooming is grooming regardless of who's doing it, regardless of
Okay.
where you're trying to point, wherever you're trying to pointing
So
at.
then why is the
Grooming
focus on the LGBTQ community related to grooming?
but who is focusing on the LGBT? Whoever is the groomers. I when I talk about them and I send videos to you, so a lot of times they're women that doesn't show to be any kind of, like, you don't know for certain what they how they do, but all we know is that they're in classrooms trying to teach people to accept certain things about other people's sexuality, that they should have the choice if they want to accept it or not. Grooming is grooming, bro, and it doesn't matter if it's LGBT or a heterosexual. Like, it's all sick.
I don't disagree with that.
So I don't know where it comes from, because yeah, we have issues with the LGBT, but we're not putting everything on it's the LGBT, because like I got family who mind their own fucking business and do their thing, and they're not trying to prance around in the streets and not, they don't even hold hands in public. And they're part of the LGBT community. So we're not putting everything on everybody, but the ones that are doing it, whether it's grooming, whether it's them, like, because regardless, if you don't realize it's a psyop, and if you want to act like it's not happening, hey, I can't, like, a stun gun ain't gonna help you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could tase you to death, like, you're just not gonna see it if you don't see it. But there's plenty of us that do and understand how sick it is, and regardless of where it's happening or how it's happening, we're gonna fight it. So if it's gonna be big corporations that we've been supporting, because it's not necessarily me that's out there doing that, but hey, I can't be upset with somebody because they're gonna protest against somebody for doing things that's inappropriate, or at least in their own opinion is inappropriate, and that's not what they're going to support. And a lot of times it's a few people that make the change that the greater populations get to appreciate.
I think that the frustration with our society and the way things are going is warranted, and people should be angry and frustrated and so forth and so on. But I think that these topics like this one are distractions, and they feed on your emotions, and they guide you into another direction instead of focusing on the things that are really affecting your life and how you're really getting screwed. You know what I'm saying?
But you're doing the same thing. Like, you're adding on to that same frustration, as if you don't see it. You one hand you say, well, I agree that this, that, and the third, but you'll sit here and argue with us about something that that you agree with. Like, you agree with us, but you're gonna argue with us about it.
No, I don't think that you're hearing what I'm saying. Like the thing related to the target, I don't agree with. We've said it before plenty of times, like children, the hormone blockers for children, transgender, like trying to make them into something they're not when they're a child. Like, they don't even know what the hell sex is, and you're deciding what their gender is or what they, I don't agree with that. But as far as being angry at Target because they having some stuff on sale on their shelf and saying that that's grooming children, I think that is ridiculous.
I understand. I know, but when I bring up the argument, you want to dismiss it or belittle it, but it's a part of the entire agenda. Like, if you are adding to that agenda, you are a part of the problem. You need your ass kicked too on the corporate end or however that this comes at you. Like that's the whole.
I don't think it's as simple as that. I think that this is way more nuanced than that. You know, that's simplifying the thing and making Target the enemy. Like
No,
they're just
no, no,
selling.
no, 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 no. Because see, you're missing the bigger picture, where when Target is hurting, and like because they're trying to promote something, like the people that wanted to purchase these things, they can't get them now.
And that's kind of what I'm saying.
It's
How are we?
disrupting. It's
Who are
disrupting
we to decide on what
it's
somebody can go to the store and buy or not?
who are we to decide? Because see, and that's the thing. When it comes down to it, people got decisions to make, and if you want to support that, you deal with the consequences. That's all it is. Say, bro, that's a part of war.
Yeah, well, I don't.
Because that's what's happening. People don't really look at it as a war. Oh, it's just somebody they mad about this. Bro, this is fucking war.
And I just think that there's way more going on in the war than what the hell Target has on their shelves. Way more things, way higher on the list.
They're just a casualty. It's a bigger war than what you talking about.
So then why are people so overly over the top obsessed with Target?
Because any battle that we win is another notch of success to to fight this whole demon that we're fighting.
So it's a win to have Target not have certain things for sale on their shelves.
Listen, Target is going to exist as long as they want to. But if they want to exist, they'll change their mind about some of the things. Like, let's just keep it at the necessities that we all need instead of trying to cater to needs of the smallest minority that there is.
How are they catering to the needs of this small minority with one little section of their store selling some stuff? All of the rest of the stuff in the store is still there. It hasn't disappeared. That hasn't taken the space away from the other stuff from that you could totally just walk right by that stuff in Target and go buy what the hell you're looking for in there.
Well, and that is very true. But at the same time, like there's a lot of things that that the LGBT could do and just walk past instead of trying to promote every little thing that they can, but they don't. They don't have to be the biggest thing to see every place they go. Like they're out wide open trying to catch as much attention as they can, and guess what? You fight fire with fire.
Let me read this one. It says it has absolutely nothing to do with the culture wars crap. It has to do with their earnings report for last quarter, which does not include numbers from the last month and a half. It is laughable to pretend as if culture wars caused the stock to collapse this week. Stop preaching division.
And I agree with that, because that gives them a chance to try to say that it's our fault why things.
Gee, where did we hear that?
I know you just said that earlier. Yeah, I agree.
Like every chance they get, especially when it comes to the right, like they're trying to demonize, people who are conservative or Republican. They're trying to demonize in so many, like everywhere they get. Like even the people like that's faceless, they don't even know who those people are. They're marching and talking about doing stuff. They're those are right. Like you don't even know who those people were. How you gonna say who they were or what they're not? And then the dude that's trying to run into the White House with a U-Haul van, which is like the most bro. This is if that wasn't staged, it wasn't like some Timothy McVeigh when getting the thing and setting it up and trying to run away and let it explode. No, he's trying to drive into the White House and kill it. Like, really? and then he just so happened to drop a Nazi flag, and you know, like these little things just so happen to be there on the ground, so that you know I want to leave, let them know who was here. Like that's fucking insane, bro. And people who believe that shit is, oh my god, like
Well, you have to admit, traditionally, most people trying to delete our presidents have been on the right.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says,
maybe not. I don't know anymore, because I from what I'm seeing, like a lot of these things are for, like, you know, like I think that a lot of these things are constructed by the left so that the right looks bad. So I don't know about in the past, maybe that was 100% real or whatever, but now I'm open to discussion. Like, I mean, I don't know. I you know, a lot of these things I look at seeing, you know, staged, and just so that they can further whatever agenda that they had. The gun thing as well, like that's what it looks like to me and a lot of others.
let me read these comments. This one, it says, they can steal our votes, but they cannot tell us where to spend our money yet. Another comment, it says, great, now ban Disney.
They can't tell us where to spend their money. I don't know about that. I've got an insurance policy that I had to buy that I can only use in Colorado that I didn't really have a choice. Well, I could have always paid the extra taxes on it.
Yeah, I think that comment was sarcasm.
Yeah.
Let me read some more. It says, shredded my Target card. Another one, it says, told my wife no more Target. She said, that's where we get the formula from. I'm like, find somewhere else.
Now that's an idiot right there.
Yeah. Nah, man. I mean, look, Chaka, this all of this shit is ridiculous, but you can't just pick out that one is more ridiculous than the other, because a lot of what's happening on the right is just reactionary, and people upset that, you know, them having a choice, they no longer have a choice, and no matter what, like any pushback that they give, you know, there's no middle ground. There's no negotiating on what, you know, like what is, you know, like, all right, you know what, all right, if we can have it, all right, then let us have it in, you know, in under these circumstances, and in this, you know, whatever, blah blah blah, whatever, blah blah blah. No, it's just like, no, it's got to be all or nothing with these people, and that's why you're seeing so much anger from the right, is because it's like, y'all not even trying to work with us no more. Like, you want to make the rules, and whatever we say, that's what it's gonna be, and that's how it's been like that's how it's going. No matter how bad our economy is, you don't think that we need to change anything? You want to keep the same budget that's sending us over the edge, when like there's expenditures that was totally unnecessary that we've already made. Now we need to draw back a little bit now, and then we can readjust these things later. But right now, because these are some of the places that we do have money to, you know, to take back and add it to somewhere else that, you know, that can keep from us defaulting. Like, you really want to fight that?
It do needs to be changed, but the Republicans are focusing on veterans benefits, SNAP benefits. That's where they want to do the cuts at.
But
if
see,
we talk about cutting the money
Told
to the
you he was going
military,
to go right back to the circle up on the soapbox.
But people that
this
they've
is true. I don't understand when you say soapbox.
But you don't understand how that works, though, because you're being used just like what they plan to use your emotions, because just because they're taking money from us, you know, one of those things, let's just say from the VA, they take money from the VA. Guess what? It's not going to take money from things that they're already spending on. It's things that they had planned for, that no, just like what I was telling you a couple of weeks back. Like, there's X amount of dollars that they haven't spent for the VA, and the September is the fiscal year for the VA. So the monies that's there, like almost $200 million that's there that hasn't been spent, like you're gonna get the money again in September for the budget that's whatever, but we still got 200 million over here. Let's use that money to be able to do some other things that's that was allocated to this, that, and the third. Not
That's
things
not
that's
true. The reason
that,
why the
oh my
budget
God.
ceiling is the issue. They're about to run out of money. Last year, they make the deal on how much they're going to spend, and they've got to the point where that amount is being spent. It's about a week or so left worth of money to spend. That's the reason why they have to.
But that's
negotiate.
why they're trying to get money from places that they haven't spent from, like the places where there's
They've
still
spent
money
all
available.
the money. It's spent already.
No,
It's gone. That's
no,
the reason
listen,
why the government is
Chaka,
about to
stop.
go into
Chaka,
default.
listen. There is money available that is not being spent in VA funds, not the stuff that's already getting paid for, because they might have to take some of the VA money to keep paying that that was allotted for other services within VA, but the other sections of VA might need that money to do something else
The whole
that's
reason
more
why
vital.
the government could possibly shut down in a week or so is because they're about to run out of money. They can
No,
only
they're not.
spend what has been approved by Congress. And so that's the
No.
reason why they have to do negotiations for the next spending
No.
bill. That's
See,
how it works.
No.
And
no.
so then they're talking about spending for the next spending bill, which they're saying out of the next bill, they want to do less
All right.
spending on veterans
That's fine.
benefits, less on SNAP, less on these social programs, so that they can
Bro.
say that they aren't spending so much.
Go look at the chart. See what like for the amount of, because when they make the budget, just try to just hear me out. When they make the budget, they had a certain amount of money going to each one of these different departments. So there's spending that is normal spending that it should never really get in the way of paying, but because of other expenditures that they should not have used, that was not in the budget, now they got to go rob Peter to pay Paul. So they got to go back to some of these other places where there's excess funds that has not been distributed that is usable. But because one of the things that the government always tries to do is get more funding for the next year. So they want that money to still get used up somehow so that they can give a reason for that same organization to be able to get the same funding next year. So that's one of the reasons why they don't want to. It's not because those funds are not available or that can be used. It's just that they trying to, they don't want to give in, like the Democrats don't want to give in, because they just continue, like they want to raise the debt ceiling just mainly so that they can give an excuse for more spending next year.
They've raised the debt ceiling every year. Every year. Things cost more. You have inflation. You have the cost of things going up every year. They have to raise the debt ceiling every year. Regardless, they have to raise
Coming
it.
from the same
more
person
money
that
every year.
the same person that knows or gave the argument months ago that they could have made policies that wouldn't make things more expensive, but they didn't. When they had the control over the House, when they had the majority, like none of that stuff was an issue.
They don't have control over the prices of things. These corporations are the ones who decide the prices.
No, they could have made legislation that kept them from raising, because we talked about this so much. Like you're so much going against what you said like about 6 months ago, 4, 5, 6 months ago. Like you totally was like, well, no, they because I mean there's proof in like in because the good thing about history is that we can look back at other presidents and what they did when they had the same kind of issues. And one of those things was making policy so that that corporations cannot raise their price so that it doesn't hurt the people so much with such a drastic change in inflation.
Yes,
When
they can pass legislation to fight against the corporations
but they
based on
didn't.
that stuff.
But they didn't. And they did have the majority just about 2 months ago. 3 months ago.
And I have a
But they did nothing to fix that. They knew that it was an option. Economists told them that the advisors and all told them that that was an option, but they chose not to when they had the majority. Now, when the majority, when the people who have the majority now says, hey, you know, we didn't agree with this budget to begin with. We didn't think all these things was necessary to begin with. But now, when it comes down to it, and y'all have spent way more than we could afford, all right, we can raise the debt limit, but we need to cut back here, and here.
And those here are all social programs, just for coincidence.
They didn't say shut them off. It's say, bro, like that's what I'm trying to tell you. There's excessive funds in those departments.
So then why would they want to cut the funds from those departments then if they have excess
But
funds?
you just don't understand it. Because money has, like, they would, in order to cut it, they got to make a bill that's going to withdraw those funds from being able to be spent by those departments.
That's
He's
what the whole
arguing from
budget.
headlines, not from understanding.
I'm the one that don't understand. Let me
No,
play
you
this.
don't.
Let me play this. This is a video of the Target
No,
being destroyed.
you're arguing from headlines, not from an understanding of the subject. You've made up your mind based on your headlines. You've seen a couple of things, and this is the way it is. You're not trying to understand the different kind of things that they're doing with the budget, how it's gotten. You're just jumping from headline to headline about it.
I'm the one that don't understand.
I'm sorry. I've been watching this budget war and stuff like this since Obama won.
And I got a chart I'm gonna play for y'all right quick, right after this. Check this out. This is a video from, because we were still talking about Target. I just want to play this clip of Target being destroyed. Check it out.
That's the one where the water pipe burst.
Oh yeah. So and then this
they debunked something about this. They debunked this to being something that something went bad.
And I bet that's true. And check this out. The guy said, he says, funny how the left never cared about Target when it was getting ransacked in Democratic controlled cities. So that sounds like one of the arguments that I heard already.
I don't know. It just seems kind of weird. Like, it just people just out of the blue, like people who were just regular shoppers, when somebody came in to start, you know, looting or whatever, everybody else just joined in and just said, "Fuck it." Like, I mean, that's a
I seem to remember that being used as saying, "Look what happened at the riot at this one back during the whole Floyd situation going on." When our country was in siege back then, but it turned out that it's like, no, this is not one of those southern Nebraska, some weird something like that that like the water thing went a water main broke or something like that, and then the fire that was just something went wrong with the fire or maybe it was a flood or something like that in the area. It was not a riot or anything induced. It was either a mechanical or natural accident.
And they love to do that because whatever supports their narrative, they don't care if it's true or not, and they just jump on it. And they, and then people just, like you say, just read the headlines and then they grow with it. Check this out right here. This is U.S. federal deficit by president. Can y'all see this? What they inherited and how they finished. Okay, federal budget deficit as percentage of GDP, and versus which president was in office. Okay, now Clinton had a budget surplus. That was the last time we had a budget surplus.
Yeah, and there's a reason for that too.
And I'm not a Clinton fan.
Because he was right at the end of that 20-year Reaganomics. All those 401ks, all that money that people had been putting back in those tax-free accounts and stuff like that, they finally were allowed to start hitting them right through that time.
Well, no, Clinton implemented a bunch of austerity measures.
That money started coming out of the bank, and people started spending it. The tax base increased beyond what was the normal working one. So he had money coming in from that situation too.
Well, he did austerity measures and he cut a lot of social programs. So that's what he did. So that, I'm not a fan of Clinton.
Okay, so if we're going to go by that argument, then it proves that you can get a budget surplus by doing this, right?
Well, you can. You totally can. But people,
no, that's where he got a lot of the money coming in from. But he was also right there at the beginning of the military complex taking over.
Well,
actually, no, they've been doing that since World War I. Actually, when we said we're not going in, bye bye this president. Hey, new president, let's go get him.
Well, yeah, and all those wars, but anyways, you can get a budget surplus by cutting social programs, absolutely, but people are gonna suffer. Old ladies not gonna get their Medicare. People not gonna get their Social Security.
This heartstring stuff that you're doing, you say you hate hearing it, yet you're using it. Appeal to emotion, appeal to the worst.
I do care about people. I think that we need social programs. They help us.
Say, bro, because see, the thing about it is all right. Yeah, you can raise the debt limit, and that that makes it easier to just I guess.
And
it's not fixing anything.
1:30 a.m.
Yeah, it's not really fixing anything. It's just making it a lot, allowing you to be able to be a worse money budgeter. But however, when it really boils down to it, you're trying to take monies that are available, because I mean, in some of these other places outside of the social, what you call them, the social programs, there may not be as much money available as it is in these social programs, because they allotted a certain amount for these different programs or these agencies throughout the government, and the ones that they mentioned happen to have more of a availability of funds than the others. So when you start trying to point the finger because it came from this program, doesn't mean that they hate old people now or they hate veterans now. No, this is where they had the most available funds to be able to shift and to be able to use, and we still gonna have to raise the debt limit, but at least let's utilize the funds that's here instead of like stacking more money on top of.
That's not what they're saying. It's about spending. That's the argument. That's the whole argument from the Republicans is spending. Okay?
Quick stop it. Quick hold and hello to Facebook user at 1:30, Prince TJ at 1:33. Just recognizing that we saw you.
Yeah, thanks for listening.
Okay, bro.
So
It is
it's
spending, but the whole see that's the whole thing. Like a part of the budget is not just spending; it's also being able to, recognize. Like, all right, let's just say like you have your savings account that you're planning. You want to take your kids to Disneyland and whatever, but it comes up on hard times, and you're like, well, I got this money that I want to take the kids to Disneyland, but I can't touch that because I gotta take my kids to Disneyland, but the light's about to go out. But no, it's for Disneyland. Like, do you not just take the money from Disneyland and pay the bills?
yes, but that's not what this is. And
Yes, it is.
no,
It
that's not it.
is.
And the
Oh my
majority of the
God.
huge chunk of them, if you want to reallocate funds, if you really want to find where you have funds that you can spend in other areas, it will be out of the money that you're sending to the military. It's really simple. That they don't even have accountability for this. They lost $1 trillion like a couple of years ago. Like that. You think that we
But
couldn't have used that $1 trillion?
but part of the money, that's the thing. Like the money is already like that's where the default is coming from is the spending for military.
Okay,
Don't you get it?
I
The
agree with
money for
that.
the money for the military is gone.
So then, when we redo the
So here's the
budget,
question:
then why do we?
can you tell me what the Democratic solution is to this so far? What proposals have they put into this? Do you know?
They're saying sign the budget. You have to sign a new budget,
The
but you
6,000 page one they dumped the night before the vote was necessary.
that's
Four,
something
it was
else. That's not
4,000.
that's not
Yes, no, yes, it's a part of the
I mean,
same
so
thing.
what I'm saying is you really don't know. You're saying, oh, they're just saying sign it, but you really don't know what cuts or anything they're trying to propose. Yet you know all of this about one side. It sounds to me like you're not approaching this from both sides. It sounds to me like you're
Yeah,
just
you're
trying to
not being
attract the
you're
Republicans.
not being fair about it because it's
I'm
easy to point the finger at one side and say, hey, these are the bad guys, but you don't think that it was the bad guys who spent all the money in military somewhere across the world when it should have been getting spent
But
here
that,
or
that
being
that's done. It's less about what money's been spent as to how we're
what the
going to spend the
next
money in
one.
the future.
Yes, that's what it's all about. And I'm not pointing fingers. The
Yeah, you kind
Democrats
of
are
are.
complicit on a lot of this stuff,
complicit.
especially with the military industrial complex. They're the main ones who champion that shit. That's
I'm
not
gonna
what I'm
say
saying.
complicit.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I mean, come on, try to hear me. Listen. All right, let's
But
look at this.
you're the one that's not listening. You think that, say, bro, making cuts in one department does not mean shutting off that department, bro.
I never said that.
40 shades of Republicans are bad is still 40 shades of Republicans are bad. That's all you've been arguing about this. You don't have any knowledge about what the Democrats are trying to do about this, which tells me you're not really ready for a conversation about this because you've got your mind made up. It's like, oh, they're cutting social programs. How horrible is this? They're such horrible people because they're cutting social programs. You know what? Hey, they're cutting
Yeah,
social
because
programs. Guess what, Chaka? They're
they
cutting social programs. But
purposely do that.
nobody's cutting anything yet.
Yeah, look, they
That's
purposely
what's
do that.
in the proposal. And
Yeah,
that's what
that's in
they're
the
fighting
proposal.
about. That's the reason why
But
this is the topic, because they're
And that's
arguing
the
about
only. What else is on the table, though, from either side? Other than that, what else is on the table?
this is what they're arguing about. They're arguing the
So
reason why.
So that's all you. That's the only thing they're arguing about is this.
Yes, this is what's keeping it from being signed. The Democrats are saying we don't want to sign this budget proposal because it has these cuts on these social programs. This is what we're talking about. We're not talking about nothing else.
Look, I heard you play the video.
I thought we were talking about the bills. I didn't know that we were only talking about the social programs.
No, we're talking about the bill. And the reason why they're having a problem with the bill is the social programs. Come on, you guys.
No, it's not. Because that's what they're using to get you all riled up, is because you don't get it. And because you can be manipulated psychologically, because they said, that video I heard you playing before I got on about the whole they're gonna have to speak to the look to the veterans in their face when because all the 213 Democrats have signed this blah 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 and whatever. Bro, they are using you to get what they want, because to what would be fair for the American people would be a negotiation. But because they're, whiny babies, and when they don't get what they want, they go to tactics like telling the American people, oh, they're cutting your this and this, they don't want you to have that and blah, 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 which is not true.
Look, I always
Meanwhile, they're not telling you that they won't back down on the digital dollar and on a carbon tax formation.
That's not what they're talking about. And I always say good cop, bad cop anyway. I'm not saying that these guys are good at all. The whole point is to screw the American people, which is going to be the result of this, regardless of which way it goes. That's not what I'm talking about.
But we have to, but look, we have to be fiscally responsible, and that's all of us. Because guess what? If we are not fiscally responsible within our own household, guess what? We get kicked out on the fucking dirt. We don't have room to make some legislation that gives us more money to just spend to do whatever the fuck we want.
Let's cover this. It says U.S. federal deficit by president, what they inherited and how they finished. Can y'all see this chart on here? On the left, it has the federal budget deficit as a percentage of GDP. And at the bottom, it has the years and who was president at that time. So, okay. So, the argument is, the deficit and where did it come from or whatever. Because how did we get here, right? And then earlier I was saying that Clinton had a positive, right? It went up for Bush too. It dropped a bit for 2007, 2006, and then it went up for 2009. It exploded, and then
in 2009. But it was because Obama is taking credit for some of that deficit. It happened in his term, but it was based on things that happened when Bush was in office.
Okay,
and,
that could be an argument, because if you use that argument, it drops during Obama's, right? And then right here it has a highlight for the Trump tax cut 2017, and then it shows how it balloons, hugely increased deficit, way above 16%. Okay. And you see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then it goes into Biden for 2021. That shows the chart. So the argument that people were making,
you mean the deficit that happened during the year of the pandemic?
Yeah, that's the exact year that was. But
seriously, man.
No, what year was the pandemic?
From
hit?
2019,
2020.
Well, at the end of 19,
this shows it in 2019. That's before the pandemic.
No,
that's
20. 2020 was the year that it goes crazy.
You got to look at the long.
It's the one before it.
Yeah, they got odd years there, but it's 2017, 2019, 2021. Biden is on 21. There's one in between that one, that red one right there next to Biden. That is the year of the pandemic, at least the beginning of it.
Okay, so y'all don't think that the tax cuts had anything to do with it. And earlier when you just said that what went down was as a
I would
result
like
of the
to. I would
Bush.
like to see what the tax cuts would have done without the pandemic.
Okay, well, how can
Because
we do that?
there's no way to argue one way or another right now, and all you're doing is you're blaming that bar on tax cuts because Orange Man bad, right bad. This whole show
But
has been right bad, and I'm not going to take any kind, and I'm going to circle any argument around. It's just
but
this is
what
creepy.
okay, well hold on, because I mean if you think it's only the deficit that ballooned it that much, I mean what bigger changes was it? And it was a majority there was a majority, the Democratic House and Senate.
What are you saying?
The Congress was majority. So I'm just saying, like, there's policies that was allowed to be signed by Democrats and I guess Republicans alike that allowed whatever happened. But I would have say, with it being 2020, it was more than tax cuts, because for it to jump from uh what is that 4%, that 4 to 5% range, all the way to 20, I'm assuming it would be, like, that would be irresponsibility on the entire government. That wouldn't be just Trump, because I mean there are processes that still work. There is a you know executive branch that does what they do. There's a Congress, because I mean the administrative branch can suggest certain things, but and even if he was to try to do something like that with an executive order, that would only last for so long. It wouldn't, that would be until the Congress could get together and make a decision. So you can't just say, yeah, it happened in those terms, but we're looking at the government in a whole that's making some horrible decisions. And I mean,
Well,
we're
if you
talking
keep
about
on spending and then spend more, and
but
then you take in less in taxes, then the maths into more deficit, right?
okay, but yeah, but listen, because now we're looking at Obama for 2009. That was where they gave corporations a bunch of money to, that's where the inflation is really happening, is when the government is giving away this money. It's not just, tax cuts like, some people might, want you to believe, but it's creating money that doesn't exist and giving it away to people who don't pay taxes.
And that's fucked up. And I agree with that. That's fucked up. But look, earlier you said about the Bush decisions that they made are the ones that led into the deficit into the Obama
To
era.
the 2009, and it, like I said, you can see where, it's kind of, it was extremely bad at the 2009, and that's where, like I said, he did the bailouts for those corporations, and kicked a bunch of regular everyday, even though that they paid off the banks where they had their losses, they still kicked people out of their homes. So that was a
Yeah,
double
well,
whammy.
if that's the argument, then why did it go down for 2011, 2013 into 2015?
The deficit, because they were winning. They just double whammied the people.
That doesn't make sense.
Why did the deficit go down?
Yes.
All right, they made expenditures, but the people end up having to pay for it. So this is what those other years is when you start to see where, like, the deficit can go down, because, like, they the, they make it, because it's not tax cuts. Obviously, they blaming Trump for the tax cuts. They're not saying, because what they hold on, what decreased deficit, but they point at Trump down here that there was a tax cut. What was the other fault for everybody else's?
What?
No, I'm just saying, like, I mean, they're pointing to this dip down here by Trump during the 2017 when he first got in office. What? Because well, because he would have started in 2017, right?
Right.
Yeah. So because of his tax cuts, they're pointing at that, but they're showing that they're trying to show that that month everything just increased after that because of his cuts, the deficit, which could, I'm not saying it doesn't have anything to do with it, but you think that the tax cuts, you know, there was a deficit that just extremely in his last year, and it just coincidentally happens to be in the same year that the pandemic happened, that, you know, it's his tax cuts that did that.
And just now you were saying that the money that they spent, Obama spent money
Yes.
for the housing crisis, but then the deficit went down. So, I mean, what I'm saying is the argument is not making sense.
No, the deficit went, all right, you gotta, all right, just listen. The deficit went down because, what, you think it was because that he raised taxes, or because they like they own all of the property and stuff that the people had before? Like, you know, they not only, you
Who
know,
is they? The
they
government
inject,
owned those properties?
well, the corporations that
When the corporations make money, that
benefit
doesn't
that.
bring money into the government. Right?
Okay, so you all right, well, you explain to me what your theory is, what, how you see this.
Well, just like what this chart is showing, you know, that they stopped taking in money, a huge amount of money for taxes, and they kept spending. Therefore, the deficit went berserk as a result.
The deficit went berserk because we were in a friggin' lockdown and everybody's getting free money.
Yeah, that's the part that's why I'm asking him, does he really believe that it's only the tax cuts that did that?
Trump wasn't giving free money. That didn't happen when Trump was in the office.
You do realize that
it started in 2019. At the
point
end
in
of 2019,
the
whole
Trump tax cuts are going to end up bringing in 450 billion more instead of costing 1.5 like everyone's yelling.
How can tax cuts bring in more money?
Because people do more business.
Because you still spend money on taxes, right? You're still trying to get out of that tax. So when they have less taxes, they have more money to spend. Most businesses spend that money in growth.
Yes.
And how does that bring in money?
By building in more materials, because they have to pay taxes to do that. They pay taxes on everything that they spend, everything that they do, and then they get a tax write-off because they didn't make that much income.
Because
I mean, meanwhile,
they're
they
buying,
spent this money in the area and spread that money out and got more taxes and sales taxes and income taxes from other jobs and things that support those companies and things like that.
That doesn't make any sense. If he cut the taxes,
why doesn't it make sense?
It makes total sense.
Let me explain.
It makes total sense.
How is it that
please never open a business? Please never open a business.
How is it that more income comes into the government in taxes after a tax cut? That doesn't make sense.
Listen,
the math is not mathing.
The whole reason, because see, just like right now,
hold on, fucking block in your brain. You don't.
Hold on, listen. Hold on, Doc. See, like right now, the deficit is way higher because guess what? A lot of businesses are shut down. Like the movement of like people having jobs, people the everyday people spending money. They pay sales tax. Like there's not even enough, like the same amount of stuff on the shelves for people to even buy. But a lot of people, when businesses are able to like, all right, Walmart is shutting down in different places, and other small businesses are shutting down. That like the people that's employed that actually pay taxes, whether it's income taxes or whether it's sales or property taxes or whatever it may be, those things are not happening as much because the economy is too slow. Like there's not enough business going on for those taxes to accumulate. So it's not just like when you cut taxes, that's what makes people will start up another business because like they have free money that they can use to help grow the business and hire new people and do all these different things. So even though those corporations may not pay any because I mean it's more people like me, that would, well, I just say in the same situation, business situation I'm in, that would pay taxes. Truck drivers, like making 200,000 a year, like they pay the most in taxes. So when they're not making as much money, or even people that's in business like that, the middle class that's making maybe up to 400,000 a year, when they're not able to produce the way that they normally do, that's when there's not as many taxes collected.
Let me read this comment. It says, "I will say,
Oh, wait,
although."
all right, no, that's fine. You just run past it after. All right, go ahead. No, just your show.
Let me read this. It says, "I will say, although I am not a Republican, but the reason for the large rise in the deficit, there's a few reasons why the deficit has gone up. 2007, 2009 was one I saw that got my eye, and the 2019 to 2021 was the other. We passed huge stimulus packages in the second one due to the pandemic, the first one due to the recession. Although the other thing is we constantly side with the ultra rich to lower taxes, and that's one reason this percent is way higher than that it should. Makes me think of the USSR near its collapse because they were spending almost 15% of their GDP on weapons. So yeah, feels scary right now."
Well, it's kind of hard to, I mean, I agree with them because a lot of what they're saying is somewhat true, but because the ultra rich, the ones, the billionaires and the trillionaires, like there's policies made because because I mean, it doesn't matter if you cut the taxes, like if you raise them or cut them, if you're able to avoid them altogether, you ain't got to worry about it. So the people who could afford to get us out of debt aren't paying taxes regardless of where the cuts are. But when you cut the taxes on the people who spend the most money, you have incentivized them to go buy more shit. Therefore, those sales taxes go up. Like every other thing that can go up will go up. Like because that incentive of people to get into the market and buy. Like it's not hard math, bro.
Let me read some more comments. It says, "Imagine how fast that deficit would drop if they didn't spend $800 billion a year on blowing up brown people for resources." Another comment, it says, "Never forget that the Clinton impeachment is meant to overshadow the fact that he balanced the budget, zeroed out the debt." Another comment, it says, "Also of note, there is a lag, so Obama's years likely reflect Bush congressional policies and budget at that time. Same with Biden." Another comment, it says, "Good cop, bad cop routine." Boom. Another comment, it says, "Republicans do not understand basic math."
That's
Another comment, it says, "Keep refusing to fund education, GOP so much winning." Another comment, it says, "Just gonna cut it off before Biden's deficit show, eh?" Another comment, it says, "Republicans don't accept facts." Another comment, it says, "MAGA doesn't care about facts."
Man.
Another comment.
This is horrible, bro. Like They got us, bro. I don't know if y'all watch the Joe Budden podcast, but they got us. They got us.
Yeah, this comes off of one of those I hate the right conservative pages. It doesn't matter as long as it's something red that looks bad. They're just going to just talk about whatever. They're not going to try to figure anything out. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and we'll just blame because I mean the left knows that if they demonize the right, like they got the meanest people on the planet going up against us, and we gonna definitely feel it. And the more that we talk about it, the more they're gonna try to rub it in our face, even though they don't even get it. Like a lot of them, like they're depending on free money from the government or whatever social programs, and they don't realize like the people who are definitely fighting for the country, they every day are trying to give some insight on what it really feels like. Because bro, I went a whole month without making $1 and I was working every day.
Let's move on. This one, it says British Cycling will prevent riders who were born male from racing in elite female events under a new transgender and non-binary participation policy.
British Cycling will ban riders who were born male from racing in elite female events under a new transgender and non-binary participation policy. The governing body suspended its previous policy last April amid controversy after transgender woman Emily Bridges sought to race at the National Omnium Championships as a female rider. Bridges has condemned the new policy, labelling it a violent act, and accused British Cycling of furthering a genocide against us. Well, the governing body's new rules for competitive events will see racing split into open and female categories, with transgender women, transgender men, non-binary individuals, and those whose sex was assigned male at birth eligible to compete in the open category. This will come into effect by the end of the year and only covers British cycling events.
Yep, I think that's fair. I think that's fair right there. Yeah, if you're born a woman, then you can compete in the female events. But if you're not born a woman, then you have to compete, other or whatever, and it's not excluding the transgenders in this situation, because one of the things I think would be an answer would be just have a trans their own event, and all the trans people can compete against each other, and I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. But with this one, then they can compete in the males can compete in there, and they'll be competing against the males or whatever. So I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, y'all got comments?
No, I'm okay with that. I mean, because the only thing, I do think it's because if it's a woman that was born a woman and wants to compete against
really
a man,
special Olympics.
yeah, if there's a woman that can really compete with a man, like I love to see it, and hey, that's their choice to go to upgrade themselves into a different, a higher caliber based on athletic strength. Not saying that women are, incapable, none of that bullshit. It's just the fact that on average, we know that men are typically stronger. And if a woman decides she wants to go into the man's league, cool. But a man that is typically stronger and faster and everything else should not be able to go and dominate another,
the female sports.
Even if it came down to being, kids, because before you know it, they'll have adults that'll be able to compete in children's programs and go kick their ass too. So,
yeah, I don't know how you can feel good about yourself in those kind of situations and feel like you actually accomplished something, like you didn't really do anything. Compete against somebody who's, on your level, and
Well, you
win
know,
against them.
Because they
there was a
a
segment.
trophy for just showing up.
Thank you. That was about to say. There's a whole segment of our society, like there was a era or two that went with, no matter how horrible you are, you're the greatest. Like you're just as good of an athlete as the ones that kicked your ass.
So check this one out. It says an Army veteran who stormed the U.S. Capitol with fellow members of the Oath Keepers was sentenced to more than 8 years in prison a day after the far-right extremist group founder received an 18-year prison sentence term for the January 6th attack. That's the AP. So basically it's saying 2 more Oath Keepers sentenced to prison from the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
Yeah, cool deal. I mean, hey, if they got them in there legit, then I'm glad they put them away. I mean, I don't know any other, I don't know any other information to try to say that, they don't deserve it. So I mean,
Yeah, now free the tourists and the buffalo shaman.
What's that?
Free the tourists, the people that were literally just walking around taking selfies, and the buffalo shaman.
Buffalo shaming?
Buffalo
shaman. Oh, that's who got sentenced 8 years.
He's been in there. He got like 8 years, and he's been in there since a couple of days after it happened. He's been in jail.
Okay.
That was the big deal about that that film that showed him there was because his defense attorney didn't get a chance to see that, and the courts didn't get a chance to see that part of the film, the stuff that Tucker showed.
Well, I've been kind of interested to hear like what direction this stuff is going in with, like hundreds of the FBI and CIA and maybe even some other agencies that was right along with them rushing into the Capitol. That's the interesting part I have.
Kind of like that governor kidnapping plot. There was 11 people in it. When it all rolled down to the bottom, turned out 7 of the 11 people were actually undercover from 3 different bureaus.
Yeah, they didn't want to tell nobody that they had those people in there, and some of them committed crimes.
Yeah, I saw a clip about that where it was what's his name from Texas. He was asking them questions about that.
Roy, and talking about Jim Roy. Oh, no, what's his name? Something Roy.
No, it was Ted Cruz. It was Cruz.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's the same. That's the same. I think they both was there, but yeah, I think I thought the whatever is that Roy, the Roy guy, had a better argument than Cruz.
Well, I just saw the clip where he was asking them the questions, and then they kept saying, I can't answer that. Basically saying, yeah, these people were there and they did commit crimes.
They went back. They went back to the January, like this is January 6th stuff. Before, like this is like that part was not the current meeting. That was a previous meeting where it's obvious that Cruz knew way more, like the questions that he was asking and trying, because they knew that they had sent people there. And you got to think like Pelosi and a lot of them like didn't go into work that day because they knew what they had already planned. Like they to have people come in and do stuff. So like they already they told people don't come to work that day. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of things that I think if as long as the right is honest and they don't like this, all this stuff is not total theater, because I mean we know that's a part of the game. Yes, a lot of it is theater, a lot of it is to try to win a certain win over people who ideology, have an ideology of a certain narrative. So yeah, like gonna utilize that as much as possible. But if they was wrong, because like all this stuff with the FBI, and like how they're trying to, like even demonize citizens, they're people that work with them because they don't follow along with what they want to do. Like, bro, that stuff got to stop, man. Like, it almost makes people feel like, all right, yeah, some of these agencies need to start over from scratch. But that's not a new idea for like people like us, because we've been saying, I know we've had conversations that maybe we need a whole new batch of people, like these, especially the old folks. They need to get the hell up out of there. I had a conversation with somebody, when it come to retirement age, like y'all just need to go. Like staying there till you freaking 80 is insane. Like, just like you said, and then y'all, they make money, like they got good money to be able to retire, but because they want to control our lives, they stay up in there instead of giving somebody with younger, fresher ideas to come in and run the place. No, they want to run your life. They want to be the monarchs of America.
Let me read this. It says, everyone is focused on the short run, how to reach a deal and tide over the federal government, but absent long-run reforms to how fiscal decisions get made, we'll keep repeating debt ceiling fiascos, and markets will factor that into how U.S. Treasuries get valued. I think this is a really good point. The arguments related to the debt ceiling, and then we're just doing this every year. So how come we can't talk about how we can keep from having this thing happen every year, worrying about if we're gonna, raise the debt ceiling or whatever, every year?
Well, for one thing, I think we need to analyze what was happening in the 90s when Clinton had a surplus. What were some of the key things that went on that allowed that to happen? Maybe let's duplicate the tax structure that was going on at the time, or shit. I mean, if we need to sell more cocaine or whatever as a country, hey, let's do it. I know they had a lot of cocaine moving around this mug back then. Shit, people want to do drugs. Shit, we might as well sell them, make some money off of them, bring this debt down. Shit, I was thinking about getting me a pack last week or last month. Shit was getting tight.
Let me read this. It says, too many perils of debt default explained by an economist. If we default even a little bit, we're going to pay a long-term price, Eric Leeper tells us. It says, by refusing to authorize the government to pay its bills unless the Biden administration agrees to significant spending cuts, House Republicans are holding the American economy hostage, and time is running out. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says cash could run out as soon as next week unless a debt ceiling deal is reached and approved by Congress, or the administration figures out an unconventional way to bypass Congress and raise funds. In short, we're standing on the precipice of a calamity that could tip the country into a sudden recession and dislodge the U.S. from its familiar position at the center of the global economy. A default will be one of the most disastrous governmental-owned goals in history, and yet has the below clip illustrations. Republicans like RNC Chair Ronald McDonald are barely trying to hide their glee over the possibility that tanking the U.S. economy will hurt Biden's reelection prospects. So I think that, politically, that's what this is all about. It's all about politics. It's all about the image. It's all about the election coming up. And they don't care about who gets hurt as a result of this. Long as they can, get their guy in to win some election.
All right, because I mean, it's agreed. Like for me, like both sides are trying to bully the opposite, and like this is what needs to happen. But at the same time, we have to realize that the spending that we've been doing, like every year going up on more spending, but the American people are not gaining from it, it doesn't make sense. So why do we keep adding more money, but the people are doing worse? So yes, certain places need to have cuts. Simple and plain. The same thing we would do at home in our own bills, our own budget, we would automatically do. Like you're like, all right, you know what? We ain't gonna get 2 packs of ground beef. We're gonna get this one, and we're gonna let it hold us over until you know. And we're gonna eat some ramen. We're gonna eat whatever for right now to try to get shit straight. And then hey, maybe we can afford to get us a steak later on. Like, bro, why are people acting like the shit is like rocket science when it's really as simple, like, because a lot of this stuff is the theater of trying to make people believe that oh, everything will be just fine. All we got to do is raise the debt. We just got to be able to allow more debt. But that's debt is what slave is built on. And if somebody comes and take over our debt and we belong to somebody else, what happens to like you setting up your children to have to deal with the whole idea of like, because they not their parents and forefathers didn't give enough shits about them, they just gonna get all that they want. All right, they'll just deal with whatever they got to deal with when they come. No, that's not responsible, bro. Like I want to leave. I don't want to leave debt for my children. I want to leave a surplus. I want something, them to be able to start off at a certain point where, they didn't have to go through the same shit I went through.
Let me read some of this. It says, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy wants Americans to believe that reining in Democratic spending is the real emergency, but that's a canard. For one, Republicans could easily raise revenue by allowing the Trump tax cuts that disproportionately benefited the wealthy and blew a hole in the federal budget to lapse, but they refuse. Second, it's worth keeping in mind that while Trump was president, Republicans voted to raise the debt ceiling 3 times without conditions. And finally, Trump increased the national debt by around 25% during his time in office, making him far more culpable for the U.S. roughly $31 trillion in debt than Biden is. There's absolutely no good reason for the U.S. to default right now, but because any debt ceiling hike must get congressional approval, Republicans have leverage, and they're using it to try to make life tougher for people who rely on federal programs to do things like eat and go to the doctor.
What? Because I don't remember. Was this a part of Obama or Trump's presidency where there was the default, where the government closed down? Was that under Trump or was that under Obama?
44. It's under Obama twice.
And why did that happen?
The same thing as now.
I don't think it's the same thing as now. Because I mean, and maybe it's something similar, but just think like, all right, that all right, if it was just as far as spending, like they can, they could change certain things, draw back or whatever. Somebody was unwilling to negotiate. And that's kind of the same thing right now. Like either I'm gonna take it, have it my way or whatever. Like they're fighting amongst each other. They still getting their pay. They can still go see their doctors, the best of the best. Like they don't, like it doesn't it doesn't stop their dog and pony show. It stops everybody else's. So it's like, okay, so what politically, like what was going on that made them decide that the best thing was to let it default, or for them not to be able to agree that, or either they let the raise the debt ceiling, or they
it's the political theater. It's to make the thing is the Democrats seem like they don't be wanting to fight. Like they just like, roll over every damn time.
You
But
call
then
this not fighting? Do you call this not fighting?
no, it's the Republicans who are fighting because they have things that they want to get done. So, and then they're using,
No,
the leverage that they
no,
have
no,
to do that.
no. I think let's look at it from a different
Gee, I
perspective
remember a
because
whole lot of that going on when we were all locked down and couldn't do nothing. A whole
but
lot of left people spending a whole lot of money on a whole bunch of shit that didn't have anything to do with getting people in their homes money and help through what was going on, but funding all kinds of crazy projects and stuff like that.
well, that's an
This is a
angle.
both side tactic.
Well, yeah, no, I think I mean they're very much complete both sides, but with Chaka saying that they don't want to fight, no, the fight is ignoring the right, like just like okay, they know if they hold out long enough, like the Republicans don't want to be the ones that make that's like it's their fault that the government defaulted and this, that, and the other, and they'll give in. So the the fight is happening more so with the Democrats because they're like, look, man, y'all gonna do what we want y'all to do anyway. Shut the fuck up and like stop. Look, I want everything. So yes, like all right, make me
Well,
do it.
well, right
Make
here
me
in this
make me
article,
sign.
it said the Republicans voted to raise the debt ceiling 3 times without conditions when Trump was in there. So
Yeah,
but they have a
but
Democratic president. So both times we're talking about it having a problem. Both times was when there was a Democratic president, and it was the Republicans saying that we don't want to raise the debt ceiling.
And they did it with no problem 6 times during the Obama presidency.
They had the
They
majority.
voted. Oh, okay. So they forced it. So what you're saying then is it only goes through when Democrats can force it through.
Well, the
So
Democrats had them.
maybe that says something a little bit about what they're trying to put through. Question is, what is on the table that is bogging this particular deal up? Because you're not going to say that. Well, yeah, no,
yeah,
yeah,
we're not seeing the truth because them
you're
throwing
not
out
seeing the other side at all, or what the other bargaining is, because he doesn't know what it is.
There is
yeah,
nothing. There's just
yes,
the Republicans having what they're wanting to cut the social programs, and the Democrats are like, no.
no
It's
look
simple as that.
the 4,000 page budget that nobody really knows what's all in it, unless it's like you went through all of it with a fine tooth comb. But the 4,000 page budget, there's things in there that probably shouldn't have been in there to begin with, and that there would have been fought against before if they didn't, what if because the just like the fight that the Democrats are doing was to not give them enough time to be able to say no.
Let me read some more of this. It says, in the background of all this political wrangling is an important economic debate about how significant the national debt really is. A government is not a household. It's not necessarily the case that policymakers are failing to live within their means by continuing to borrow, but at the same time, bringing spending more in line with revenue is obviously a more sustainable path than becoming increasingly indebted to adversarial nations like China.
Well, most people actually spend other people's money with more diligence, and that's our money that they have they got the checkbook, the credit card, like they got actually they can do whatever they feel that's necessary without asking us our individual feelings on it. Hey, y'all done hired us, y'all put us in charge to do this. All right, now just sit back and regardless of how fucked up it is, you just look, this was about to happen. So, which is just not a great way to deal with like with laws, policies, or whatever. Like, the people should be the first to be able to, like, they should be happy. And before we go and try to take care of other people, like, let 98% of us be straight. I mean, some of us, regardless, we could even be in a good position and still fuck it up. So I think that's really just like they're being childish, but at the same time, that's what they call being tactful, because like I said, the Democrats right now, they get whatever they want. They saying that they signed the bill, but they not willing to negotiate. Like, this is like they treating the Republicans like they're terrorists, but they're like, damn, like, we didn't need this, we didn't need that. We agreed to that. We went on and signed it, but we assumed we would be here. But now we know we're here. You made bad decisions. Like, all right, so where can we start trying to fix this? And they're like, no, fuck you. Like, we're gonna get it all. We want it all. We spoiled little brats. We want everything that we said we want.
He's also not mentioning some of those green programs that the Republicans said, hey, if you cut some of those programs, we won't have to cut out this. There's other things on the table. It's not just
VA or Social Security.
It's not just the social program.
Like, that's the hot buttons that they trying.
They're
like,
making
they
it about
use.
every single time. They make it about, they go for the social programs. And personally, I think that we need to get some sort of fucking constitutional amendment about if they're gonna do a Social Security program, that it needs to be handled by an outside agency, and the government can't get their fingers on that money ever, except to pay it out, because they keep using it as a piggy bank for personal projects, and that's one of the reasons it's going down and out right now.
I agree with that.
But you know what? I'm old enough to remember when Democrats were going after Social Security too.
Let me read this. It says, people are so naive, even in the 21st century, there's only one ruling class. Democracy, a one-party system disguised as two, controlled by big corporations and the MIC, using all forms of media to spew propaganda, indoctrinate the people, and keep them divided, uses violence to enforce compliance, and preys upon weaker nations, devouring their resources. So I don't think that people really understand that. That's kind of what I be saying all the time. It goes back and forth, back and forth. They got the perfect little system going for things to continue to stay the same. Let me read this one. It says that the CIA indicted it had no idea how seriously to take Israel's increasingly bombastic threats to Tehran means that, in all likelihood, neither does the White House. So it says, leaked report, CIA does not know if Israel plans to bomb Iran. A leaked intelligence report from February says Netanyahu probably calculates Israel will need to strike Iran to deter its nuclear program. So what I get from this story is, what the fuck good is the CIA if they have no idea? It says the CIA indicated it had no idea how seriously to take Israel's increasingly bombastic threats to Tehran. So they have no idea. Then what the fuck? Why do we have y'all then? Like, isn't that your job to know stuff? Defund the CIA. Let me read this one. It says, the lack of accountability, though, doesn't stop at the High Court. It spans across the various departments and branches of government, which has led to a confidence problem from the public, the former judge said. Jeanine Pirro releases book critical of the left's legal actions. Fox News host Jeanine Pirro said that the Supreme Court's inability to identify who leaked the draft opinion last year. Hold on. I didn't get the rest of that clip. And it's a whole article. I don't want to go into that. Let me see. This one, just Democratic Party congressman casually declaring he wouldn't care if the U.S. officially sparked nuclear war with Russia. New York Congressman Jerry Nadler told me he wouldn't care if Ukraine uses Western F-16s to strike Russian territory. Then he dismissed the likelihood of that happening, despite Ukrainian forces deploying U.S. weaponry in U.S. border city of Belgorod earlier this week. Yeah, I don't know how much more I'm gonna do. I'm losing y'all. This one, it says GOP-led states step up with troops, law enforcement to help Texas tackle border woes. It shows like a chicken wire fence, and it's got like immigrants on one side of it. It says GOP-led states step up with troops, law enforcement to help Texas. Multiple Republican-led states are stepping up and sending troops and other resources to help Texas deal with the ongoing multi-year issues. Let me see. This one, it says extremists claim book bans protect our kids, but parents like Ron, a Navy veteran, know that book bans rob our kids of knowledge about who they are and where they come from and where they could go. It's the simple defending the freedom to learn is defending American freedom.
Are you kidding? It was insane. You fell from the sky. Did I? Yeah. Don't you remember?
Books that have been banned in Duval County are books about Justice Sonia Sotomayor and Roberto Clemente, Rosa Parks, Hank Aaron.
But I fell from the sky and now
Banning books. It's insidiously dangerous because that robs young people of an opportunity to say, hey, they did it and so can I.
I wouldn't say you don't.
Learning America's true history makes our kids better citizens.
Well, I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. Let's look at some tweet replies. It says, because it's take action. It says, pledge to fight book bans and challenges in your community now. Our kids deserve freedom to learn about our history, our diverse stories, and each other. So it says we can't let them in. So this is a WeBelieveInYou.org take action. So a place where you can go to fight back against them banning books. Let me read a couple comments. It says, then he can buy the book and read it to his kids. There's no book ban. Well, if the ban is not available, then he can't. Another comment, it says, okay, groomer. What makes this guy a groomer? Like, why is everybody a groomer? How did they get there, bro? Like, it's crazy. Let me read this one. It says, if you are still on the fence about the true nature of book censorship and what it leads to, ask Galileo. Another comment, it says, who is banning books about Rosa Parks and Hank Aaron? This is unacceptable if indeed true. I don't know for sure, but I know I saw some Rosa Parks books. I don't know about the Hank Aaron books that were.
Well, see, Hank Aaron, I could at least understand because his autobiography, because he curses, he gambles, hookers, all that stuff. I can understand because it's I can understand where they wouldn't want like a Pee Wee League baseball kids. Because, you know, Hank Aaron's a hero at that age. You know, you need to be older before, you know, you really should be a little older before you let people crap on your heroes. I mean.
Well, I think that people need to know that people are human. They go through.
the spirit of what I said and not an argument like that.
Well, let me get it out.
I'm just saying I can see why. I'm not advocating for it.
Okay, well, I don't agree with it. I'm saying that, you know, people need to know that, you know, their heroes aren't perfect. And that's how you become, you know, you see
That's
other
exactly
people.
what I was saying.
Yeah, well, so when you see people going through adversity and they push through it and then they become a better person, you know? Like if the kids don't know that their heroes had issues, you know, that they had to struggle through, then they're not going to know that they have to struggle through their issues to get to where they want to go. Like everybody can't just be a complete perfect person, like they were just born perfect and they accomplished their goals and the end. Like I think we're giving a disservice to children if
Why
we
do you
don't.
take it to that extreme argument every fucking time?
I don't know what you're
Yeah,
saying.
you just went straight to the far end of that argument, like I said. I mean, that has absolutely nothing with anything that I was talking about and stuff like that. And that was a complete tangent off of what the subject was. It was like, oh, no, there isn't no people, and very other people need to shit, blah, 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 blah. And that's what I'm talking about, man. You know, I think it's the total truth, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, you know, give a little time for some facts to be known. Then add some more. Then add some more. Anyway, you don't
agree with that.
You won't understand and you won't be able to, and that is okay. That is perfectly okay.
I just don't agree with it, is what I'm saying. I don't agree with that. I think that we lie to children and then we tell them something else when they get older, and then we lie to them and then we tell them something else. That's confusion. Like, how come we can't just tell them they're smart enough? They understand. They can take it in. You know, we don't have to lie to them. We don't have to hide things from them. I don't think it's necessary.
Like I said, all this is you repeating yourself over and over and over to a conversation that we've already had that I don't completely disagree with, but don't completely agree with either. But you only want to go with one hard line and not have any discussion about nuances. So, never mind.
Let me read some more comments. It says, graphic novels meant for children depicting gay sex has no place in public libraries. Okay, that's fair. I wouldn't disagree with that. But those books that they're banning don't have stuff about gay sex in them. So then why are those books being banned? And we read another one. It says, Florida is not banning books. You're lying grifters. Okay, well, they are, so I don't know where
books are not being banned; they're being removed from school libraries.
And they're closing the public libraries, you know, and they're making it harder.
They did not close that library. If you remember, we discussed that article that you were talking about. They did not close that library.
Well, they're taking books out of those libraries, not allowing those books to be on the shelves. I mean, what other way do you come to the conclusion of like, you know, saying the book is banned, but it's not banned, but it's not available? Then
I'm not going to get into a semantic argument when we've gone through this before and came to an agreement and a conclusion. So I'm not going to rehash all of this just for you to butcher some sound clip.
Okay, let me read another one. It says, choosing age-appropriate books for public school classrooms and libraries is not book banning. It's a false narrative. But that's not what's happening. Let me read another one. It says, I, as an Army veteran, know that exposing children to pornographic depictions of sexual acts in kindergarten through third grade is child abuse and grooming for pedophilia. So he says, I, as an Army veteran. So what gives you, because you're an Army veteran, that gives you some kind of authority over the topic? And
you constantly use the fact that you're in school and call yourself an academic to sit there and tell people to say, I've seen this, and if you don't see it my way, you're brainwashed.
I never
You're
said
all
that.
being brainwashed. I'm an academic. I understand these things.
Yeah, well, I never said that, but I do understand things better than a lot of people on certain subjects because I've studied it. That's how you know more stuff about stuff is by reading, learning, taking classes. How else do you know about things without going down that process? So, what gives a person an authority to be able to teach people if they don't know anything? Like if they haven't studied, if they haven't learned things, if they haven't read books. I don't see how this guy saying that I'm an Army veteran gives him any like authority on this subject matter. Like 2 + 2 is 4. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, you learned how to shoot people and stuff. So what does that got to do with exposing children to pornography and sexual acts and all of that? Like, what gives you an authority? Why did you throw that in there? Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. And also, they're not doing that. They don't have any pornography in no damn kids' classrooms. Like, that's not happening nowhere. Let me read some more comments. It says, there are no book bans in Florida. There is a law that predates DeSantis that doesn't allow the distribution of pornography to minors. So is distribution of pornography to children the hill you want to die on? There's no pornography in no classrooms, like nowhere. Florida or any other state. It's not there.
They did go in there and pull out a bunch of manga and stuff like that, which, yeah, that shouldn't be. So there's a lot of that shouldn't be in schools and stuff like that. And
Well,
yes, that is basically porn.
Well, I ain't gonna lie. I know about the manga stuff, and I would agree that I don't know that should be in the elementary school.
That shouldn't even be in high school, truthfully.
Yeah, I don't agree with the manga books being in there.
But here's where we get back to the, no, there's nothing wrong to have it in the public library behind a 18 and older. The problem is you're going to have the older brothers buying the books, buying the beer for the younger kids. And of course, that's going to cause issues and things like that because it's still available to them. And then you got to draw the line of, okay, well, what exactly pushes it to the line of pornography and not?
Yeah,
like we were talking about The Bluest Eye, where the issue is the described unwilling seduction scene by her uncle when she was 11. I think I'm pretty safe to say it that way.
Yeah, and yes.
That's a lot of words to say what we're talking about. But man, the internet makes it hard these days.
Yeah, but I think we understand. I mean, if anybody read the book, they understand. So,
but like I said, that's what it is, a brief scene. I don't even think it's 3 pages long, but it is pretty brutal and it is much more graphic. I think it places it out of middle school.
Yeah, but I never saw The Bluest Eye until I was in college.
I've seen it on a high school AP list, and I've seen it on a high school. I don't think I've seen it covered in a high school course, but I have seen it covered in a course that was available for the Head Start program with HCC, where the kids went 13th grade instead of 12th grade. And then when they got out that last year, they graduated with a 2-year degree, not just a high school diploma. Great program, by the way, and I think it's something that we should fold into all public education.
These comments show how ridiculous this is. Like, okay, Another one, it says nothing is getting banned. Go to Amazon if you want to pervert your kids. They're still available, but don't expect taxpayers to foot the bill. Another one says
That
sicko.
I don't like the way he's saying it, but yes, it's using the word banned is problematic. That is one of those words that people start rolling up their sleeves and fighting for, because as someone who, you know, degree in education and stuff like that, I hate it when people say ban book, ban book. It's like, man, I will help you get, if they ban a book, I will help you get a copy of it.
Yeah.
I can find any banned book in a heartbeat. I probably have 2,000 or more banned books on a hard drive. Just so
Yeah.
if they do take access from the internet off, I have access to them.
Yeah. But see, these comments are detached. It says sickos. Why do you want children to be exposed to pornography? Look at the comments. This is lying tweak. Didn't go the way they thought it would. Fail. We believe. Try again. It says graphic pictures or descriptions of sexual acts do not belong in schools. Non-contemporaneous historical revisions do not belong in schools. I agree with DeSantis.
This is all talking about pornography and stuff too. None of it's talking about transgender right now.
Yeah, well, the books that he mentioned in here was, what was it? The Hank Aaron and
Hank Aaron, like I said, that other than him I don't think he did any. I don't remember it being graphic about anything.
That's what I'm saying.
Excuse me, his autobiography, if that's what it is.
So
Sotomayor.
It said books about Justice Sonia Sotomayor, books about Hank Aaron. Like, where in those books does it have any sexual depictions or anything like that in it?
Where does that place them in pornography?
That's my point. And
under the law that these guys are arguing.
So that's what I'm saying. So these tweet comments are underneath this video right here, where the guy is talking about, he says defending the freedom to learn is defending American freedom. And then he specifically mentioned the Hank Aaron book and a book about
something about Rosa. I'd like to know specific titles, not just about them.
Yeah, well, still,
it might be that the specific title is problematic. I want to know from why the title is problematic.
Yeah, I would like to know that too, but I just don't see how a book about Justice Sonia Sotomayor, Hank Aaron, or what was the other one? Rosa Parks. How would any of that have any pornography in it? Like, I just don't see how anybody would write a book about Rosa Parks and throw some porn in there.
We've got two different questions going on. One, this guy says it's banned. That is one statement, one question going on. Two, the stuff down there jumped to pornography and our kids. Wait a minute, are you on two different threads?
No, that's
or is that just an ad there?
It sounds like it's under two different threads, but no. You're talking about this We Believe, that is the ones who are posting this, is We Believe.
Okay, now I see.
Yeah, they are the ones that are saying, join us to fight back against this book ban stuff. And this is their it says join the movement, pledge to take action and fight
so the
books
comments we're reading down here about sickos and perverts are not linked to that video above.
It is.
No. That's the video. That's got a separate comment section.
These are the comments underneath that video right here.
I thought that was the post right there that these comments are attached to. This take action with the We Believe.
The We Believe is the post.
No, you retweeted the video. Now go down, and this We Believe, that looks like it's a different post.
No, it's the first one. It's connected to the post. The post is from We Believe. This video is
I understand they're both from the same people. but it looks like two different posts.
No,
That one is a post of a video. Tweet your reply. Blah blah blah. New post. Take action with this.
It's underneath the same. It's connected to that. They're connected under the same tweet, and then these comments are the reply tweets.
Okay, yeah. Here, here, see them talking about the actual video there. Okay.
Yeah, so this is the thread.
There's a big jump from Rosa Parks and Hank Aaron. That's a really large jump from there to pedophilia.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, and that.
Though Hank Aaron might have liked small kids, I might have overlooked that in the just trying to sludge my way through the book.
I mean, I never read it, so I don't know. Maybe it is some parts in it. I never read the book, so maybe there's some, but I just don't see how that could be like the person who wrote the book decided to throw some porn in there, just cause like. It just what I'm saying is just an example of showing how these people they're detached. They're completely like they're not in reality. They're rabid.
No, it's called feral. It's what happens when you lock a fucking country up for 2 years and turn them against each other on the internet.
They're losing it, man. They've lost it. Like the argument, they don't even like. They're not even.
My fear is not that they're losing it. My fear is the string pullers are gonna friggin' make a mistake and lose control again.
Oh, I did want to cover this before I go because Memorial Day is coming right here. So it says, from the Civil War to today's mattress sales, Memorial Day is full of contradictions. So, and at the beginning, I was talking about how the stuff that we remember and celebrate don't bring us together, and the stuff that brings us together, we don't celebrate, and then they co-opt these. The good stuff and turn it into a day for sales and stuff like that. So let's see how much of this I can get if they let me. It says, from the Civil War to today's mattress sales, Memorial Day is full of contradictions. Norfolk, Virginia. This is by Ben Finley, Associated Press, Friday, May 26, 2023. Memorial Day is supposed to be about mourning the nation's fallen service members.
You're not sharing.
Oh, I'm not sharing. Okay, my bad. Let me share so y'all can see this. Okay, y'all can hear me, right? It says Norfolk, Virginia, AP. Memorial Day is supposed to be about mourning the nation's fallen service members, but it's come to anchor the unofficial start of summer and a long weekend of discounts from mattresses to lawnmowers. Auto Club AAA said in a travel forecast that this holiday weekend could be one for the record books, especially at airports, with more than 42 million Americans projected to travel 50 miles or more. Federal officials said Friday that the number of air travelers had already hit a pandemic-era high. But for Manuel Castañeda Jr., 58, the day will be a quiet one in Durant, Illinois, outside Rockford. He lost his father, a U.S. Marine who served in Vietnam, in an accident in California while training other Marines in 1966. Memorial Day is very personal, said Castañeda, who also served in the Marines and Army National Guard, from which he knew men who died in combat. It isn't just the specials. It isn't just the barbecue. But he tries not to judge others who spend the holiday differently. How can I expect them to understand the depth of what I feel when they haven't experienced anything like that? Is that it? Wow, that's it. Man, I was hoping they would go better into this. So, like, anyways, it's like mattress sales and barbecues, instead of
Roll a little bit more down toward the end.
instead of like what the hell. It looks like that's it.
Keep a little bit more. Stop. Stop up. Click to read more and view comments.
Okay. Oh damn, they fucking all right. It says, what is the official purpose of Memorial Day? It's a day of
Google View
reflection.
is strong.
Yeah, man, they're changing all of this stuff on me, like all these ads and shit everywhere. Like I can't even know what the hell I'm looking at. It says it's a day of reflection and remembrance of those who died while serving in the U.S. military, according to the Congressional Research Service. The holiday is observed in part by the National Moment of Remembrance, which encourages all Americans to pause at 3 p.m. for a moment of silence. And I bet nobody knows that, and nobody probably does it. It says, what are the holiday's origins? The holiday stemmed from the American Civil War, which killed more than 600,000 service members, both Union and Confederate, between 1861 and 1865. There's little controversy over the first national observance of what was then called Decoration Day. It occurred May 30th, 1868, after an organization of Union veterans called for decorating war graves with flowers which were in bloom. The practice was already widespread on a local level. Waterloo, New York began a formal observance on May 5th, 1866, and was later proclaimed to be the holiday's birthplace. Yet, Ballsburg, Pennsylvania traced its first observance to October 1864, according to the Library of Congress, and women in some Confederate states were decorating graves before the war's end. But David Blight, a Yale history professor, points to May 1st, 1865, when as many as 10,000 people, many of them black, held a parade, heard speeches, and dedicated the graves of Union dead in Charleston, South Carolina. A total of 267 Union troops had died at the Confederate prison and were buried in a mass grave. After the war, members of black churches buried them in individual graves. What happened in Charleston does have the right to claim to be first, if that matters, Blight told the Associated Press in 2011. In 2021, a retired U.S. Army lieutenant colonel cited the story in Memorial Day speech in Hudson, Ohio. The ceremony's organizers turned off their microphone because they said it wasn't relevant to honoring the city's veterans. The event organizers later resigned. Has Memorial Day always been a source of contention? Someone has always lamented the holiday drift from its original meaning. As early as 1869, the New York Times wrote that the holiday could become sacrilegious and no longer sacred if it focused more on pomp, dinners, and oratory. In 1871, abolitionist Frederick Douglass feared Americans were forgetting the Civil War's impetus, slavery, when he gave a Decoration Day speech at Arlington National Cemetery. We must never forget that the loyal soldiers who rest beneath this sod flung themselves between the nation and the nation's destroyers, Douglass said. His concerns were well-founded, said Ben Railton, a professor of English and American Studies at Fitchburg State University in Massachusetts. Even though roughly 180,000 black men served in the Union Army, the holiday in many communities would essentially become white Memorial Day, especially after the rise of the Jim Crow South, Railton said. Meanwhile, how the day was spent, at least by the nation's elected officials, could draw scrutiny for years after the Civil War. In the 1880s, then President Grover Cleveland was said to have gone fishing, and people were appalled. And Matthew Dennis, an emeritus history professor at the University of Oregon, by 1911, the Indianapolis 500 held its inaugural race on May 30th, drawing 85,000 spectators. A report from the Associated Press made no mention of the holiday or any controversy. How has Memorial Day changed? Dennis said Memorial Day potency diminished somewhat with the addition of Armistice Day, which marked World War I's end November 11th, 1918. Armistice Day became a national holiday by 1938 and was renamed Veterans Day in 1954. An act of Congress changed Memorial Day from every May 30th to the last Monday in May in 1971. Veterans objected. They didn't want to be just some random Monday that people could forget about, Dennis said. In 1972, Time magazine said the holiday had become a 3-day nationwide hootenanny that seems to have lost much of its original purpose. Why is Memorial Day tied to sales and travel? Even in the 19th century, grave ceremonies were followed by leisure activities such as picnicking and foot races, Dennis said. The holiday also evolved alongside baseball and the automobile, the 5-day work week, and summer vacation, according to 2002 book, A History of Memorial Day, Unity, Discord, and Pursuit of Happiness. In the mid-20th century, a small number of businesses began to open defiantly on the holiday. Once the holiday moved to Monday, the traditional barriers against doing business began to crumble, author Richard Harmon and Thomas Curran wrote. These days, Memorial Day sales and traveling are deeply woven into the nation's muscle memory. This weekend, 2.7 million more people will travel for the unofficial start of summer compared to last year, despite inflation, according to AAA. The Transportation Secretary Administration said it screened 2.66 million people at airport checkpoints on Thursday, about 2,500 more than last Friday, and the highest number since the Sunday after Thanksgiving in 2019. The Federal Aviation Administration had predicted that Thursday would be the busiest travel day of the holiday period, with more than 51,000 airline flights. Meanwhile, Jason Redman, 48, a retired Navy SEAL who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, said he'll be thinking of friends he lost. 30 names are tattooed on his arm for every guy that I personally knew that died. He wants Americans to remember the fallen, but also to enjoy themselves, knowing lives were sacrificed to forge the holiday. So, yeah, it's crazy how things get freaking lost and co-opted and become some, sales day, instead of what it was originally for, remembering the fallen soldiers. I don't know. It's just, like I was saying earlier, I'm on the fence with a lot of stuff related to, the military, but, people dying to try to
honor
help
the soldiers that went there and sacrificed themselves. You don't have to honor the military, but you
Right.
do need to honor the soldiers.
Right. I mean,
respect the soldiers.
At the end of the day, it
Whether
was
they were right or wrong, they had the balls. Whether the government's call to send them there was right or wrong, they stepped up and they did what was asked.
and their heart was in the right place.
We don't have to feel like the government was being patriotic, but they were.
And so it's an honorable thing that they did, especially the ones that gave their life to try to, do the right thing or whatever, to help others, So, yeah, I think that should be respected at the end of the day, regardless. And we should be thinking about that instead of what sale is on for this Monday or what we can go buy or whatever the hell.
Oh, I'm good with that too. Stimulate the economy, move stuff around. But you know what? Why don't you, on Memorial Day, take your time to look into it and spend your money at a veteran-owned business, or even a local mom and pop, since that's what technically they feel like they were fighting for. Don't make it a shopping day at Walmart. Don't make it a shopping day at Target or Sam's.
Yeah.
Go to, Billy Joe Bob's Iraqi barbecue. Go eat somewhere. Go to a little dive bar or a VFW bar somewhere where when you walk in, you see a couple of shots on the counter and add one to it.
Or give some money to one of these homeless veterans that's right there in your neighborhood struggling.
I've got mixed feelings about that.
Or maybe you don't give them money. Go the barbecue that you cooked to celebrate Memorial Day. Go give them some.
Go to the barbecue shop of the guy that used to be a veteran. Buy a barbecue and you give it to another veteran on the street. I'm good with that. I don't have any problems giving them food and stuff like that. But I will tell you, if they're a veteran, they don't have to be where they are.
Yeah, but people make that.
All they got to do is be clean once, and even if they don't, there are still ways around it by working with them, and then they get money every month. They get lodging.
And people are human. People make mistakes, you know. So I mean, you can't feel like you can just save everybody. But I mean, it's Memorial Day. You want to honor the troops, you know. Go, you know. I mean, you may not feel like it's gonna really save them or whatever, but the very least it'll be you doing something
I
to
can't
give
remember
thanks.
her name, but there's this lady that for like 20 years since we first went into the sandbox, she would be there, and as the troops deployed from, I think it was either Dallas or Austin or San Antonio, she would be there in the airport and she would give them a hug as they left. And when they came back, when they were coming back on their rotations, she would be there. She just spent her days there giving hugs to soldiers leaving and coming back.
Man, I mean, that's
And there's a guy talking about how he remembers his first human contact coming back after 4 years of what he considered total hell was her, and literally just broke down and cried.
And that's beautiful because you don't have to do a lot. A hug, a smile can go a long way. And a lot of these guys may not be coming home to a family, you know. They're coming home to solitary. So if somebody acknowledges them, you know, that can go a long way.
Coming home to their girl and the milkman's kid having to pay child support for it.
Exactly. Hopefully that's not the case, but check this one out. It says Bank of America is now under investigation. Bank of America is always in trouble, bruh. Katie Pavlich, May 26, 2023, 6 a.m. It says House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan and Subcommittee on the Administrative State Regulatory Reform and Antitrust Chairman Thomas Massey have launched an investigation into Bank of America after the financial giant turned over endless customer data to the FBI without a warrant or proper cause. And I remember this. I'm glad this popped up because I remember this. I was looking at something and they were talking about how like the FBI asked them for this information and Bank of America just handed it over, you know, and like that's so horrible that you can't even trust your banking institution to not like, you know, share your information to do an investigation on you or something. Like I'm sure you know, not all of those people were people who committed crimes.
Dude, as soon as it hits the digital universe, I'm assuming that every bit of my information, money, and all that is tracked and known by the government and everyone else from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, and I look at it that way too, but that don't make it right. Let me read this. It says the Committee of Judiciary and Select Subcommittee of the Weaponization of Federal Government are conducting oversight of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and its receipt of information about American citizens from private entities. So yeah, so it's a private entity who is giving away the information. So that's the thing.
Oh yeah, this is over the January 6th thing.
So it says an FBI whistleblower has disclosed that shortly after the events of the Capitol on January 6, 2021, Bank of America provided the FBI voluntarily and without any legal process with a list of individuals who had made transactions in Washington, D.C. metropolitan area with the Bank of America credit or debit card between January 5th and January 7th, 2021. A letter from Jordan and Massey to Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan states. So anybody that used their Bank of America credit card or in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, information was given to the FBI, you know, like voluntarily. So like, wow, like I was just so happy to be in the Washington, D.C. area. I didn't have nothing to do with January 6th, and they digging through my fucking records and looking at me buying freaking potato chips and candy
Oh,
from
well,
the damn corner
they're
store.
only using it to cross-reference data for potential alibis and people that they've got on video. I mean, if you weren't part of it, you have nothing to fear or worry about, right?
Right. Like, I mean, you didn't do anything wrong. Why should you care if they're looking at your credit card information and where you were and what you bought and all of this?
Like I say, I still remember back in the 80s, everybody being so afraid that the government was listening to them on the other side of the TV because the cable and all that. And now we pay for it as a special feature. Pay good for it, too.
That shows how they flipped the narrative and they changed people's perspective so quickly and easily, to like, hey, if I'm not doing nothing wrong, so then I'm not worried about them looking at my stuff. So, but before it was like, I don't even want to open my computer or whatever because they're probably looking at me through my thing. So it's like, what privacy is out the window, right? Like nobody cares about that anymore. So like, and who's to say that you won't get caught up in some kind of thing that you didn't do, just because like somebody you was with or whatever the hell the circumstances were, you may not have done anything wrong. And then what if the government is just coming after people who they feel are terrorists or something? Like maybe they said something online that the government doesn't approve of, and now they're coming for your ass for that. I mean, there's a slippery slope here. I think everyone should be concerned. You're like, I didn't do anything wrong. Well, they're coming after that guy today. They might be coming for you tomorrow. You better not say nothing bad about the government. You may not, maybe you just disagree with them. Maybe you didn't want to get the jab and now they're coming for your ass. Anyways, let's read some more. The committee and select sub have also heard testimony that individuals who had previously purchased a firearm with the Bank of America product were elevated to the top of the list, regardless of when or where the purchase was made. We require your cooperation in investigating these facts. The letter continues. According to the letter, a whistleblower revealed that the list turned over was extensive, broadly targeted, and potentially illegal. If this isn't illegal, it should be. So somebody bought a weapon and they happened to be in Washington, D.C. area around January 6th. Now the FBI has all your freaking information if you were with the Bank of America.
I get them getting this information. I understand it. But formality and propriety dictate, let me see a warrant before I can give you that.
That's what I was about to say. Don't they have to have a
That's
subpoena?
all.
Don't they have to have a warrant?
Can I have a warrant, please? That's all.
Yeah.
I need a piece of paper saying that a judge said that this is okay.
Yeah.
Not just a threat from an FBI officer or somebody threatened to call me a domestic terrorist because I don't give up the information.
Yeah. So then, I mean, like they can't just go into your house and search your house without a subpoena or a search warrant or whatever.
Only if they've gone in and put the evidence in there already.
Yeah. So, but then they can, but they can dig through your credit card information without getting a subpoena or a freaking search warrant.
That's how they got around that $600 rule that they're trying to do, because at that, there are people that have been questioned by the FBI because they bought a coffee at a Starbucks a couple of miles away from the Capitol because they were at some other museum. They didn't go for that. They figured, hey, with that going on, this museum or this building, whatever, I can't remember what it was they were going to, they figured there'd be nobody there. But it was a couple of miles away, and they were, hey, what were you, it wasn't like, what were you doing? But it was like, hey, what were you doing there that day? Oh, do you have a ticket stub to where you were going, or can you show a ticket online that you bought? Yeah, okay. Oh, cool, no problem. But still, they were, for that brief amount of time, a suspect in something because they bought a cup of coffee.
Yeah, so all of these people who are in the Washington D.C. area, they're all suspects, I guess. You know, all
Yes,
of them.
yes, they
I,
are officially over
I,
1,700 people.
all you have to do was be in the Washington D.C. area during that time, and you're a suspect. So, I mean, the government overreach. I mean, not even government overreach because these aren't really official. I mean, they acting for the government, but then we were talking about the unelected officials. So then, these FBI people could do whatever the hell they want to, without even being elected. Like they're not accountable to nobody. They don't have to follow any laws. Like this is not cool.
Remember, they're working with the authority of the January 6th committee.
So that's what gives them their authority. January 6th commission. That was just some body that was thrown together. Let me read a little bit more and we'll move on. It says Bank of America, with no directive from the FBI, data mined its customer base, and they mined a date range of 5 to 7th January 2021. Any Bank of America customer who used the Bank of America product, and by BOA product, I mean a debit card or credit card, they compiled that list. And then on top of that list, they put anyone who had purchased a firearm during any date. So it was a huge list. Retired FBI Supervisory Intelligence Analysis George Hill told lawmakers. Jordan and Massey are demanding Bank of America turn over communication about the data transfer from January 1st, 2021 up until present day. Last week, it was revealed the FBI conducted nearly 300,000 illegal searches without a warrant or proper cause.
Okay, so that's not just a violation on the scale of January 6th in any area. That's a violation of I've been a Bank of America customer for 40 years. I bought a gun back in 1993. I am now on that government list. Because purchased a firearm regardless of time.
Yeah, I don't want to be on no government lists.
Oh, I'm on so many, it's not even funny.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows how many, who or when or how many of us are on them? And for what? When we know that they're doing this, who knows what other stuff they're doing?
Dude, my first run-in with Justice Department, actually, it wasn't FBI, was back in, 83, 84. I was 15 years old, I think, 16 years old, and I wrote a short story for a crime book because I do the gaming and stuff. And I wrote about a armored car robbery. Well, 2 weeks before they bought it, they gave me, $50 for it, which was really, really good money back then. And I could go around saying, hey, look, I'm a writer, yay. So 2 weeks before it got printed, someone used the plan in Dallas and robbed an armored car. And it worked. So for the next 9 months, I'm 16 years old, my gaming group of a whole bunch of other 14, 15, 16-year-old boys, and their parents and families were all thoroughly investigated. My dad had a guy that he used to serve with in the military call him up and go, hey, man, someone's here pulling your records and looking into you. And stuff like that. Well, it turns out that when it was all said and done, the brother, this is back when they actually had to set type to print magazines. And it turns out that the typesetter read it, told his brother about it, and his brother and his buddies went out and did the robbery. But that was just a little short story getting tied to someone, tied into 5 people's families, and went to the military. And this is back before the internet and all of that.
Yeah, that's crazy. I have a number of things I want to cover, but I'm probably gonna push them till tomorrow.
Okay. I'll talk to you about the one I can't say online sometime.
But I do want to do this right quick. It was I don't know if y'all saw the dude. Why people keep opening the damn door on the airplane while the plane is fucking flying?
I thought you couldn't do that. I thought they'd stop that from being able to be done a long time ago.
It's been multiple incidents of this happening. Maybe it's not, and this is in Korea, so maybe that's why. Let me play this right quick. Oh, it has no sound. So it says police in Korea have arrested a man for opening the emergency exit door of an Asiana Airlines flight during landing. So plane doors open mid-air in South Korea. So some people went to the hospital as a result, people with breathing issues and stuff like that. And the person was arrested. I ain't gonna lie, that would be such a scary, horrible ass experience. I'd want to beat the guy up physically.
That already doesn't look like a really big plane, so I'm already feeling a little weird being on it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I don't even like being on big old planes.
Yeah, the smaller the plane, the more scary they are for me. Definitely. I'd want to beat that guy up, man.
Oh, he's going to a Chinese prison? Korean prison? Yeah, he's going to Korean prison. He's not gonna. He won't have a good time.
Let me read a couple comments. It says air pressure, not something the comment section is aware of. Apparently, this one it says that they way too casual. Hold on, let me see. It says that's actually not possible. Plane dope is locked and can't be opened until a separate mechanism is activated far away from the door. Also, the air pressure alone would make the door impossible to open. Nice try, though. Why do people feel like they can debunk shit all the damn time? Like, clearly the damn door is open.
That was my thought at first, too, but then it said as they're coming in for a landing. So if it's an altitudinal thing, if the pressure is down because they're not flying so fast through the air, and if it was some sort of an emergency handle, I mean, we know American planes are made different from the Korean planes, so there's no reason why it couldn't have happened. I mean, we see it obviously did.
That's what I'm saying. You could clearly see. I mean, I don't know all the technical stuff related to this,
but
I
a big
can.
fan in front of that seat blowing them. I don't think there's a fan blowing it. I mean, it looks like it's coming from the opening.
I'm saying, bro, like it's so. He said,
And those guys may look casual, but I guarantee you they all need to change pants.
I'm telling you, peed and pooped all over everything.
I would not want to sit in those seats for a while.
He said that's actually not possible. Plane dope is locked and can't be opened until a separate mechanism is activated far away from the door. Also, the air pressure alone will make the door impossible to open. Nice try, though. So, I don't know. We're watching a scene from a movie or something, special effects.
It looks like that little bit they were showing like there. They may have hit the ground. He might have opened it just as they hit the ground. And that's why the plane is slowing down. Because, see, it looks like they're pretty low. You can see the terrain. They're not high up at all. You'll see when they zero in over the fluttering thing, you'll see the edges of the ground.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that, too.
That's what I'm saying. So air pressure is not a factor in whether or not it would be able to be open. And see that red thing? It might have been, he might have pulled an emergency handle, which pops them open as long as there's not too much. It's like once the plane gets below a certain speed, it may allow it to pop open.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The emergency thing.
It's
It should
obviously not impossible.
obviously not impossible. An emergency hatch thing would, it has to be easily pulled, or otherwise, you're gonna be locked on the plane. If there is a circumstance where it needs to be opened. I'm gonna read a couple more comments. It says, "How come it didn't suck everybody out like in the movies?" Another comment, it says, "Live footage of Homelander leaving the plane midair." Another comment, it says, "I would shit myself." Me too.
I'm sure they did.
Another comment, it says, "The plane was landing, so not mid-flight because they were only a couple hundred feet above ground. There was no air pressure difference, so no one got sucked out. Just like having a window open going down the highway, but extreme."
I wonder if the airline is gonna offer anybody money for cleaning bills. I'd be like, $20 dry clean, please.
There's another person saying it's impossible to open the door mid-flight. You guys probably don't know science.
Dude, we don't know science. Not only did we debunk that first statement, someone backed us up already.
Yeah, so
Pretty much said exactly what I said.
it says, "So no one is getting sucked out of the plane. We've been lied to yet again."
He's being funny.
A lot of these people just don't know stuff, and I wish that and it's always the one talking about science, or you don't know science, or some shit like that, and they're the ones that don't know nothing.
That's because they're trying to go with what they know and not trying to examine what's going on. I mean, like I said, my first reaction was like, no, you can't do that. That's not possible. But then we saw the exceptions to the rules that make it impossible. Therefore, we discovered it was possible.
Let's do this one, and we're gonna wrap it on this story right here. 11-year-old boy calls police about his mom's abusive partner, but cops end up shooting the child. It says, "If the children ain't safe, what makes you think you are?" U.S. The child, Adrian Murray, was hospitalized 5 days for a collapsed lung, lacerated liver, and fractured ribs after an Indianola Police Department officer shot him in the chest early Saturday, attorney Carlos Moore said. Adrian returned home to Indianola on Wednesday. "We are demanding justice," Moore said during a protest that his law office showed on live stream video. An 11-year-old black boy in the city of Indianola came within an inch of losing his life, Moore said at the Indianola City Hall. He had done nothing wrong and everything right. Adrian's mother, Nicola Murray, said her son is blessed to be alive, but he does not understand why an officer shot him. "This was the worst moment of my life, and I feel like nobody cares. That's my child, y'all," Nicola Murray said Thursday as she cried in the lobby of City Hall. Where is Indianola? Never even heard of that.
Well, there's actually a couple of different Indianolas. I'm looking to figure out exactly which one it is. Reuters, Carlos Murray. Okay, this is the right one. He was taken to the University of Mississippi Medical Center. So, I don't know. He was taken to Mississippi. There you go, Mississippi. It's in Mississippi.
So Indianola, Mississippi. Let me play this. So yeah, shot in Mississippi. I
It
got a
is known as the Crown of the Delta. It's located in the Mississippi Delta and has just shy of 11,000 full-time residents.
Wow, so it's a little small town. That's probably why I never heard of it. Let me play this.
New at 4:30, an investigation is underway in a small Mississippi town tonight. That's after a police officer shot an 11-year-old boy who called 911 for help.
Tonight, Darian Murray is at home recovering as his mother speaks out, and the community is calling for the officer to be terminated. ABC's Alexis Christoforous
90 miles north of Jackson.
A community demanding answers after 11-year-old Adarian Murray was allegedly shot by an Indianola, Mississippi police officer who was responding to a domestic disturbance at the child's home. The boy's mother, Nikayla Murray, tells ABC News the father of one of her children arrived at her home at 4 a.m. Saturday.
My son was in his room. I heard a knock on my window. It was my child's father.
Concerned for her safety, she told Adarian to call police. She says when officers arrived at her home, one had his gun drawn and ordered those inside the home to come outside.
I walked towards the end of my driveway where my mom was, and I heard a shot, and I saw my son run out towards where we were. He ran from the inside of the house all the way out to where we were, and that's when he fell bleeding, shot. I put pressure on it to help stop the bleeding.
An attorney for the family says they're demanding justice.
We want justice now, not later. We want immediate termination. We want prosecution, and we want the family to get some answers. We want to see that body cam footage.
His mother says Adarian is now home from the hospital.
He's blessed to be home today to be shot on Saturday. He's in a pain, but overall, he's doing well.
The mayor of Indianola said Officer Greg Capers has been suspended while the case is investigated by the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation. Neither Capers nor Indianola Police Chief Ron Sampson have commented on the case. Alexis Christoforous, ABC News, New York.
Yeah, so like I was saying in other case, like calling the police is probably not the right thing to do all the damn time. Like, I don't know, man. They tend to escalate the situation. So I just don't see. And, you know, I ain't going to lie. You know, the mama was probably, who knows what the situation is. So I don't really want to speculate. But it's like.
I had an article that had a little bit of detail on it. Darn it. I wanted to say it was a CBS News report on it.
Yeah, well, calling the damn police is not a good idea all the damn time. So, like, y'all had some kind of domestic dispute. Y'all decided to call the damn police, and now your kid done got shot. Like, I don't know. Stop calling the damn police. That's my answer to this.
Okay, so right now they're trying to call for the body cam footage, which I agree they need to hold that until the inquiry's over. Let's see.
Let me read some comments. This one, it says, I was just a minute ago telling my husband that you should never call the police when something mental is happening to you. And then I see this. This is horrible. I hope the young boy continues to be okay. Another comment, it says, I wish the young man well and I hope he fully recovers. Another comment, it says, the video needs to be released and unedited for public to witness. If this is an unjustified shooting, which it sure sounds like it, the officer should be fired and charges pressed against them. The only thing missing is the rest of the story, like the cop's side or what was happening prior to the shooting. This is not the whole story, of course. People need to learn that the only thing that will protect them when in danger is themselves. Never count on police to protect you ever.
Okay, her daughter's father knocked on the door about 4 a.m. on May 20 and stated he was irate, said Murray, while her children and nephew were sleeping in bed. She told CBS News that she gave her cell phone to her son and asked him to call her mother and the police. The son called the police first and then called his grandmother and was trying to help protect his mom, Moore said, adding that Adarian told 911 dispatch the man did not have a gun. Police arrived at the house, and at first they knocked on the door, but then kicked the door open. The family recounted. An officer yelled, "Anyone that's in the house, come up with your hands up," Murray recalled. Adarian heard the order and went out of his room toward the living room, the family said, and as he got into the living room, he was shot by the same officer who told him to come out. Murray said her son fell to the ground, and then she held him and tried to compress his bullet wound. He started singing gospel. He started praying. Murray said Adarian was airlifted to University of Mississippi Medical Center in Jackson, where he was diagnosed with having a collapsed lung, lacerated liver, and fractured rib. Put on a ventilator. He was released Wednesday. The police confirmed that Greg Capers was involved in the shooting and is employed by the department. All other questions are being referred to the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation. They told CBS that they're assessing the incident and gathering the evidence. Due to it being an open investigation, no further comment will be made.
Yeah, so, and I saw something earlier where they were talking about, you know, the
And
cop
this
told him,
is CBS News, Kara Tabachnik, on May 25, 2023.
yeah, so they told the kid to raise his hands and come to the door, and then they shot him. Like, what the hell? Like,
Which I can. Well, yeah, I told him to come out, and when he came, yeah, this is one that I definitely want to see the body cam on. I want them to get this investigation over. Probably going to fry this guy. I hope so. If he needs to be fried, I hope he gets it.
well, thank God nobody died. I mean, it's horrible that the kid got shot, but I mean, this situation could have went way worse.
I'm understanding of a reasonable amount of some things that the police have to do to get home at the end of the day. Sometimes, to a very small degree, I can understand. But these people, this new police force going on has been pretty bad lately. I mean, do you know, just 10, I think it was like 10 or 12 years ago, it was either New Orleans or Miami took 30% of the cops here from Houston went over there because they were given big sign-on bonuses and paying well because they just flushed a whole bunch of corruption out of their departments. And, you know, we didn't hear it. The only reason I knew about it was because there was a whole bunch of changes in the cops because it turns out Westheimer was a training route at the time. So instead of the cops riding, you know, one at a time, most of them were running doubles, and they were training people.
Yeah, the
So
same
it's like,
thing
what are you
happened
training
here.
so many people for? Well, we lost all these people.
The same thing happened here in Houston because they were cleaning up the Houston department, and they didn't really cover it that much in the news. I was reading about it, and they you know, because it was like the new police chief, or was it the sheriff? I don't know. The dude came in, and he was not popular. Like a lot of they didn't like that guy within the department, and he got rid of a whole bunch of people and cleaned up his department. And then I saw recently, you know, a story about Ron DeSantis. They were talking about how he was attracting these same officers who had been dismissed and giving them sign-on bonuses and all kind of stuff to, you know, attracting them to Florida to work. Because he put a bunch of money up to, you know, attract officers who were, you know, dismissed for, you know, bad conduct and shit like that. I don't want to say it wrong. I'm trying to remember it, and I'm tired as hell. But anyways, yeah, man, calling the damn police, I think is you know, if it's a life or death situation, then yes, call the police. But if it's not, don't.
Well, think
You know,
about how
that's
that mom feels, man. She's the one that handed you the phone and said, "Call the police and call my mama."
well. Hopefully, she learned from it and don't do that again. You know, and I ain't gonna lie. Like I hate to speculate, but in a lot of situations, I mean, like the you know, this is like baby mama drama. You know, she was probably threatening them. Like it's so dangerous. Like knowing how the cops are, and then she's probably being, I'm speculating, full of drama, and like, oh, I'm gonna call the police. You know, call the police. This, you know, come on, man. You don't know what you're doing. Stop it. Stop calling the police unless it's like a life or death type of situation. You know, if you need EMTs, you need fire trucks, you know, then that's a good situation to call 911. But if it's not that, then maybe don't. You know, try to resolve the situation. The thing is, people don't know how to act with each other, and they don't want to be fair or like, you know, behave properly, and then they want the cops to come and like take their side or whatever, you know, to they use it as a weapon, you know. And a lot of times they've created this situation. Anyways, let me read a couple comments. It says, that's just disgusting that the public have to step up since no one in charge will do anything about it. People call cops for help and most times end up the victim, sue and imprisonate him. This is madness that the officer doesn't get held accountable. Wow, this is terribly written. Anyways, let me read another one. It says, so happy he's alive and going to be okay. And so situations like that, just lock your doors and windows, keep safe. Just don't call the cops. He'll go away eventually. The service you get is not worth it. I'm saying. Another comment, no child should ever go through something like this. So very sad. Another comment, it says, the report leaves a lot of unanswered questions. Thankfully, the boy survived and he's recuperating. Yeah, I think it left a lot of unanswered questions too. Like, we don't know anything about this. Another comment, it says, all in all,
I can't see how this can be a clean shoot.
Because it's a kid, and then they asked him to come to the door with his hands raised, and apparently he did. And like, maybe the cop was just a little antsy. I think that they should have better trigger discipline, you know? Because it could have just been accidental, completely accidental. And then in that situation, it's unfortunate for the kid and it's unfortunate for the cop because he might get in trouble behind it. And he was just had his finger on the trigger and, you know, accidentally let off a shot. Because it was only one shot, apparently, from what this sounds like, what they're saying. And, you know, when the cops shoot people, they usually don't let off one shot. They usually unload clips. You know,
depends on
yeah, they usually unload clips. If they felt like they fear for their lives, then they unload in clips. You know, this don't sound like a situation where the cop felt like he feared for his life.
Depends on their training. It's either full clip or 3 shots.
Yeah. Anyways, it's 4 a.m. and I got to go to work tomorrow. I took a damn nap, so that's why was able to do this, but I got to work tomorrow, so I need to go to sleep. I'll probably play the game for a little while just to wind down, and then I have to force myself to sleep. And we're at like 5 hours. I need to stop doing these damn shows 5 hours because it's hard. I haven't been doing much editing other than the reels. They're doing really good, but I've been wanting to do some more editing. And it takes up a lot of space on my computer. These large files, they take forever And I have the audio versions of the show that I put on Spotify, and I haven't put nothing on there in a while. And I was trying to do one the other day, and the damn show was too long, and I got tired of waiting to the uploading process. Anyways, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for commenting. We'll be back tomorrow. I have a list of stuff I want to talk about tomorrow. Hold on, let me look at that right quick. Let me see. Where is it? 1 second. Hold on. Oh yeah, the one about South Carolina judge grants abortion providers request to block a newly enacted 6-week abortion ban. I want to talk about that because they're like, the judge is pushing back on it, so now it's going to have to go to the Supreme Court. Oh yeah, and I wanted to talk about evolution a little bit and natural selection. I sent some videos in the group chat related to that because it was like, I don't know, we was talking about something and it made me think about that. And a lot of people don't understand this stuff. They don't get it. So I'll be trying to help educate. Oh, and the other thing was the unelected officials and Nazi connections to the CIA. I'm definitely going to cover that. So that's what we'll cover tomorrow, plus whatever random stuff that pops up on my thing. All right, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. And we'll be back tomorrow. Peace.